I'm ready as never.
Ready as never.
And we're on.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another evening of Dungeons and Dad Jokes. All of us would love for you to join us, so be sure to hit the subscribe button so you can join in the live chat. Tonight is our 50th episode, and we've been doing this for about a year, so we decided to start off with some Q&A. So if you're watching live, you can throw in your questions in the chat. If you're not watching live, sorry about your luck. Okay, let's let's get into
Way to be mean to people.
well, you got to catch us live if you want to be in on it. You can't join the party when the party's over.
But you can live vicariously.
You can live vicariously. That's right. So, in light of doing this, so we're going to answer some questions. And if you have questions for each other, by all means, let's throw it out there.
Why?
Why? Why?
Well, that is
That's
a
a good
question, but
question.
not quite the question we were looking for.
That's a little too broad. All
Oh, we
right,
don't
so we're
talk about broad.
yeah. Well, we're going to start off with just talking a little bit about our gaming. So let's just go around. Like, how long have you played tabletop gaming, and what's been maybe your longest campaign, or how long has been your longest campaign? Takers, or do I need to start?
Are we talking about just like traditional tabletop or D20 RPG in general?
Well, I
RPG
oh,
in general. Sorry. Go
that's
ahead.
okay. I've been playing for we figured this out nigh on 40 years now. Um, all various types of RPGs. Um, I like I like playing Dungeons and Dragons because I like high fantasy, but outside of that, I really enjoyed a modern campaign in GURPS. I played that years ago, and I really liked that. It was a lot of fun. The longest running campaign I have ever been in is, thanks, Matt Mercer, was Tuesdays in Taldore.
Yeah.
Give a shout out to Critical Role because I mean, it is their, that's their stuff.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
I've been playing for 43 years, off and on. Uh, Started with Traveler, and then D&D got big, and then we all moved over to that. And I've done Star Frontiers, Boot Hill, Top Secret, uh, quite a few others. AD&D, uh, 2.0, 3.5, 4.0, 5.0. Uh, Actually, the 2, 3.5, and 4 I've done since I started 5. So, but the longest campaign
in
I
and out of
actually
order.
have had, yeah, well, because people invited me to play other games because of my gameplay, and the longest campaign I ever had was Tuesdays in Taldori, which I mean, we took it from level 1 to level 20, and it was totally enjoyable. Um, but I've run games. I've run games of Star Frontiers, which came out in around '83, I think, and um, totally. I still play it today. So as a player, I don't run any games anymore, but I really do enjoy getting out there playing, and it's like I have another live game tomorrow. So that's a level
Nice.
20th level character. So he's
Nice.
uh, he's quite impressive. That this is going to be his last game. So I'm retiring finally.
At some point, they got to
Yeah,
retire.
well, I've been playing that same character for 2.5 years, so it's time for him to retire.
No, I've been playing for less than 20 years, maybe. It was right before, maybe about a year and a half before third edition came out. And at that point, I've played a bunch of D&D, a little bit of GURPS, a little bit of Savage Worlds, a lot of 2D20 lately, which I absolutely love.
I'm really excited to learn more on that after
Yeah.
playing my first day.
Star Trek Adventures and Octoon Cthulhu are a ton of fun. They're really
Yeah.
cool. I really like the system. And probably the longest campaign, Tuesdays in Tal'Dorei.
I guess we can tell
Is,
who's
you
played
know.
together the longest here.
we did that for what, a little over 2 years,
A little over 2
and
years.
went all the way to level 1 to 20.
How long
It
did
was enjoyable.
how long did our privateer game go? That took
Right
a
around
while.
2 years. It was
Right
close.
Right around 2
It
years.
was
Just
close.
a hair shorter, not by
Just
much.
a little, not a lot.
I'll tell you what, the most fun we ever had with the Tuesdays in Tal'Dorei was when we got to level 20 and we fought the aspect of a goddess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
fun.
quite an enjoyable fight. Although digging the tunnels in the castle before we ever needed them was one of the smartest things I ever did.
And my monk keep getting swallowed by
Purple worms.
purple worms and anything else of that nature.
Remoraz, all kinds of stuff. Anything that could
My
swallow
monk liked to
somebody.
get swallowed for some
Yeah.
reason.
It would
And then he
swallow
plied
you.
his way out.
Yeah.
Claw his way out.
He wasn't a weakling, he just was easy to swallow.
Tasty.
You gonna swallow that?
So if we're talking just D20 RPGs in general, I've
RPGs
been playing.
in general.
Or RPGs in general.
Oh yeah, not counting video games.
Yeah.
Yeah, pencil and paper.
Yeah,
Or
pencil and paper,
Pencil and paper,
dice,
quote unquote.
dice
With a
RPGs type
DM.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. About 26 years. Yeah, 26 years. The longest running campaign technically would be one that I like. The first one I ever played was a perpetual world. So there was a perpetual world GM. There was a team of GMs. Different one would run a quest every night or about every night. And it was just ongoing. People would come in. It was chat based, so people would come in and role play via chat and just do that. But if we're talking just traditional campaigns, probably about 2 years. Started just before quarantine and ended in. Actually, I think our privateer one actually went a little bit longer. So, yeah, about 2 years is where it's at.
It was fun.
It was.
It's
A
fun.
lot of fun.
I enjoy it. Well, I've been playing like 30. What did we decide? I was 12, 13.
We decided you were about
Yeah.
12 or 13
So
or
like
so.
33, 34
AJ's
years.
only 9 years younger than you, and we were playing with him, and he was little because
Yeah.
Alex was Boy Fighter.
Yes, he
'Cause
was Boy
that was
Fighter.
his name because he was little.
Yeah. So I've been playing 33, 34 years. Mostly D&D. I've played several other systems since becoming an adult, and I enjoy a lot of systems. And I'm rapidly finding that I really enjoy the 2D20 systems myself. But I still like 5e because it's high fantasy. I really like high fantasy, high magic, epic heroes, doing epic things, mostly because I can't roll. But, hey, it's fun. My longest campaign has so far been Tuesdays in Tal'Dorei. And I was running that
Seems to
one.
be a running theme there.
Yeah.
You've enjoyed it, Joe.
Can you
And
tell
for
she likes to
Anybody
run
who
long
hasn't
games?
figured it out already, you can figure it out tonight. Yes, we are sisters.
There's a lot of family going on here.
Or-
Twins. No.
Everybody but Joe.
Yeah, I think I'm the only non-family member in the group here.
You are. You're family by proxy. Sorry.
Proxy.
Aw,
You play with
I
us
feel
this long.
I feel loved.
You're an
You're
honorary.
like that weird uncle.
You're an honorary Fisher Starks.
Yeah. So we got a lot of role playing experience going on here. So I know that all of us have ran games. And so what is your take? What's your favorite, running or playing?
I can
Oh, playing,
answer
absolutely.
first. Um,
Go for it.
um,
Go.
I absolutely love creating worlds and creating the overall concept for a campaign. I'm just not great at running them, or I don't feel like I'm that great at running them. I
Oh, you're
love
better
I
than you
can
think.
I can write a world and I can come up with the entire backstory for all the little, for every farmer you run into and every town, and I can come up with like the history of the world, and even you know even go so far as like with the one I ran where I literally did all the math to figure out the orbits of the planets and the orbits of the moons and what the composition of the moons were, and all that stuff. But I prefer playing when it comes to actual sitting down and playing stuff. So if anybody ever wants a world created, just let me know.
Chuck. I love playing. I love creating characters. I love developing them. And so I love playing. Although I do like running. I especially like running campaigns for new players. I love when you get to create a world and tell the stories and watch new players get so excited about what's going on. That's what was so great about going to where I just come from, Gen Con, not Gen Con, Galaxy Con, was running a table with some new players. And it's just, I love doing that. But by far, I think my favorite is play. And when I have to run, I'm going to call on Chuck.
That's the reason I don't like running the game. It's coming up with everything.
Yeah. I've ran mostly like pre-generated stories, things like that. Never created my own world. So not sure how that would be. And it's typically like one shots or very short stuff. But I love playing as the character, developing the character, watching the character grow and develop coming into their own. That's why my style of play, and which makes it difficult sometimes for some DMs, is I don't like coming in with a backstory. I like coming in, figuring out the character, and I like breaking systems.
And you're very good at that part.
You're very good at it.
Some might say too good.
Fixes my intentional delving into building a character that isn't just going to dominate. He is there for support. Hey, he's there for support. I think he's got one damaging spell, or actual like attack spell. Everything else is Jody rolls because I can count on her low rolls as much as I can count on my high rolls.
So true. It's so sad. I honestly like playing and running. I used to, and if you've read my About Me, I used to hem haul all the time about being the forever GM. I'm the only one that'll step up and do it, but I actually find that I actually really enjoy it.
Quit whining.
I have stopped whining. I actually really enjoy it. So, I think honestly, it's a hard toss up because it just kind of I have, and I'm sure everybody who's role played has experienced this. I have some games that I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is daunting, and so it's just rough. And then there are other games that are just it's so much fun and easy to do, both as players and GMs. But when I get those really good games, I like to be in the driving seat. I like to know all the secrets.
And when you're GMing her, don't count on having any secrets, because even if you did, she's going to change them with one pickup of a sword, an amulet. She's always
word
going
you're
to pick
looking
up the
for-
wrong one.
The word you're looking for is control freak.
Yes.
Yes, as a player,
You know-
I tend to be kind of random.
We love you anyway.
Oh my goodness. So, question. I know we've talked a little bit about some favorite memories from a game. But how about let's talk about characters for a minute. How do you approach when you get a new opportunity? I know we're getting ready to roll up some new characters for some Saturday stuff that three of us are involved in.
Didn't invite me.
Yeah, sorry,
Well,
it's
you're
an
not
in-person
here.
Me
thing.
either.
I'm
Funny
not.
thing.
I mean, if you guys want to fly in every Saturday, we can probably find
Unfortunately,
room
that's
for
my
you.
Sunday, and I'm busy.
I'll hop on my private jet and be right there.
Right. I'll take the
Anyway.
transporter beam. It's much quicker.
Yeah. So how do you guys approach creating new characters, regardless of system? How do you approach creating new characters?
I'll go first since I need to take a break in a
All
minute.
right.
My first thought when I'm creating a new character is what is needed for the campaign, because I've played almost every kind of character, and I have some I enjoy more than others, but I want the whole party to benefit. And if I always pick the cleric or the dwarf fighter, then it limits everyone else's choices. I tend to want to fill the roles that are available versus create everyone else's roles for them.
Yeah, that's valid.
So because I get that way, I get to experience a lot of different types of characters. So there's only one kind of character I've never run, and I never will run, and that's the one I think broke 5e, and that's the artificer. I'm finally running. I'm finally running a monk. I've never run a monk before, but I'm finally doing that. But
Monks are fun.
Watch out for purple worms.
Yeah, I will.
I
But-
don't think the
but I-
Artificer broke 5e.
I think it just overbalances things. That's just my personal feeling. So I won't.
You
let
played
me
with
play it.
Browning.
Yeah.
I know. How many times did I have to keep him out of his own trouble?
Yeah, but Joe, have you, other than Fix, have you ever made a character that didn't break the system in any system? My point exactly.
He's thinking awful hard.
If you have to think that hard, the answer is probably no.
Did I ever make a character that didn't wind up being
Overbalancing things.
You could make
No,
a
but
character.
That's because I play to my strengths. Like
Yeah.
if my character is charismatic and a litigator, I'm gonna play to those strengths.
I played a dwarven ranger. Talk about trying to take his character that isn't right and making the best of it. That's fun. So that was not playing to my strengths, but he had a blast. So I think that's what you ought to do next time. Put all the kinds of characters in one hat, the races in another hat, and our names.
Just go random.
Just random draw what the people are going to play.
There you
And
go.
then we might not necessarily get to play to our strengths. We might just have
I'll
to
still break it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, probably.
That's true.
Next
We'll have-
time, I will roll up Joe's character because I build the character on what do I think I want to play, and then I put my stats in. Then I build my backstory. Then I add everything else according to my backstory. Then you
Yeah.
have to play your backstory.
Right.
See, the way that I do it is I figure out what sort of role that I want to play, and that's like senior, largely dependent on the group dynamic, like what the group needs. A lot of the times I play what's called anchor. I'll pick last. I'll find out what everyone else is doing, and then I'll pick mine. And then I will figure out a portion of their backstory, kind of just a general overview, and then I'll build it from there.
Yeah.
But it's,
So for me, I tend to with most characters, I found some sort of inspiration, whether it was just a character build idea that I really like, and I go from there and build the character, build the backstory to fit, or some character concept that I really like. Like with Syndra, that was just a character concept that I had come up with that I thought was fun. Didn't work as well as I had hoped for that particular campaign, but that's okay, you know, because I don't build character. I don't build a character to try to fit a campaign. I build a character I think is going to be interesting.
That's what I did with Forsyth. I thought he'd be interesting.
I do like Forsyth a
I
lot.
like
I
Forsyth.
mean, my
I think
even
it's the
my
most fun I've
character
ever
on
had.
even Kadath was just a concept that I thought would be interesting.
And he plays very well against Forsyth.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's been a great part. In fact, that's one of the best things about the way those characters developed is they became not quite the foils, but they play off each other.
Yeah, and I actually really enjoyed that part.
I think that
We've been
Kadath,
able to do that.
I think that Kadath and Forsyth are similar to that concept that we had talked about a year or so ago, Chuck, playing a rogue criminal and their parole officer.
Yeah, it's very similar. It's
Very
almost
similar.
like that. It's like that, but not like it's almost not quite exact,
Yeah.
but it's really close.
How many times
Yeah.
Forsyth has wanted to say, "Oh, but I'm trying to have fun here."
It was gonna be a paladin parole officer.
Yeah. So like a paladin and a rogue that are stuck together,
That's
which we
And
could still
Forsyth
do
is-
one day.
No, it's
Forsyth
still
is as close to a rogue as you can get without being one.
not actually
Yep.
being a rogue. Yeah. Yeah. When I build characters, I tend to start with backstory. I can't help it. I'm a closet writer, and so I start with backstory and go, okay, well, this is the backstory. So what class would make sense, or what what background makes sense? What So I always just build it straight from backstory. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. But hey.
I like enough backstory. I like to build enough backstory in my character that they're grounded in it, but there's enough holes in it that the GM can run with it and throw loops in it and pull things out of it. So I like doing backstories.
I like my backstory.
Never do I have an end game in mind with my character.
Yeah,
Oh,
I like to have
Oh,
a
never.
backstory that
What?
has an interesting concept and something that's different, not just I'm an orphan, boo-hoo,
Yeah,
poor
right.
me. I want it to be interesting. I have an idea for one that actually has a really good home life. Just basically a normal, average, everyday person who
Any
just
character like
stumbles into adventuring.
Well, Forsyth's background created the situation that made him roguish.
Yeah.
Well,
But-
that game we played with Rob, where my character's family was just this down home retired adventurers that had a farm. Like they weren't dead. They were
Until they took
Mom
an
and
arrow
Dad.
to the knee.
Yeah, they didn't even take an arrow to the knee. They got technically, yeah, okay, supposedly.
Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Yeah, no, it's my brain caught up eventually.
Yeah. No, I played a character like that too. I think it was even in the same campaign. A bard whose family actually encouraged her to go out and adventure.
Mhm.
Said, "Go, be free." So,
I don't know that I've ever played a character with the whole my character's an orphan and their parents are dead. Like thinking about it, Browning's parents weren't dead. Fixes
that's
aren't
true.
dead yet.
Yeah.
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 I
Well, the rate it's going.
was gonna
All
say
right.
Well, mine
most
aren't
of the
dead. I'm
time, at
not an
least
orphan,
one of my parents
but
are still around.
but I don't want to be around my sister,
Yeah.
who is the favorite child. That's why I avoid my parents.
See this and Kadath is like he's technically an orphan, but he grew up with a father figure.
Right.
Yeah.
So it still works.
Well,
That
that's
does.
just on our High Seas campaign. Hadriana was like, she grew up a very happy child. They were a very, well, happy family. Whether or not they were normal or not is beside the point.
They were not normal.
Considering
No,
Normal is relative.
it is relative.
it was normal for her, it's normal for everybody's father to be an assassin and their mother to be a cleric.
I saw something yesterday. It said essentially normal is just a setting on the washing machine. The washing machine.
That's one of my favorite sayings.
So
I tell
true.
kids that all the time.
So true. That being said, thinking back among our years of gameplay, who's been your favorite character that you've ever played? Like race,
That's so
class?
difficult. Like I have a bunch for different reasons. Like the character that we played for the Shadowrun game. I love that character because
I
of the
loved
story
mine.
and the
Oh, yeah.
setting. Like I just loved it.
Mine was boring
Uh,
on purpose.
and then like my very first character, of course, that has a special place in my heart.
You don't
It was
forget
a
your
werewolf
first.
mage. Yeah, like he was a werewolf mage that was a complete dick. Not much different than I am, but
You put a little piece of yourself in every character.
exactly.
And my
And
first
he was
character was a bard with psionics.
yeah. And my first character was hated. Like in the game we played, like I said, it was a persistent world. So there were things like assassinations that people could pay to have your character assassinated. And you had a maximum of 25 lives. 25 times you could be resurrected. He was down to like 7, 8. It was just that way. And it
My
got to the
very
point where
first character was that assassin.
yeah, and it got to the point where I'd take like a year break away and I'd come back and there were new people that knew about my character with me being gone for and it's like alrighty then.
Well,
And then I loved Browning, loved the progression and how that went, and yeah, I don't think I could put a favorite character. I just
It's hard.
it's hard.
Probably one of my favorites would be Anastriana. Probably because I played her so long, and it was the first time that I delved into a character that actually used a bit of magic. So
That's
it was
true.
the first time I had played a druid, and a lot of times I don't play magic users because I found it complicated. But with 5e, it simplified it a little bit more, and I felt more comfortable jumping into it, really. So I was okay with the divine stuff. Like, okay, you're healed. You're not dead. you know, you're inspired. But the whole, you know, I'm going to throw this tsunami at the river.
Wipe out an entire band of orcs.
About took out a whole village. I really liked playing her, but a lot of that had to do with character development because she played from level 1 to level 20. But I think the character that I would have liked to have played, I definitely would like to have played more of, would have been the monk, Kishi the monk. I would have liked to have played her more.
No.
Because regardless of other people's opinions, I don't think this monk was broke. I don't think she was overpowered. I don't know that she even knew what she was doing.
Well, like I said, you put a little bit of yourself into
Which makes me a little concerned playing Thief Assassins all those years.
Go ahead, Chuck.
I think my favorite, I don't remember a lot of my older characters, but my favorite of the ones, the relatively recent ones, basically since D&D Beyond, because I was able to at least take a look through those. My favorite among them is one I haven't actually, one of the ones that I've played relatively little. We got to level 8 with it, and then I resurrected it as a character for our Girls Night Out campaign. And, just leveled it up to fit that campaign. But it was a character called Nox, who was a changeling rogue bard mix.
Isn't that the Roman goddess of night, that name?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Brain. Sorry, I'm sorry.
That's okay. But what really made Nox fun is in the campaign that I started it in, I had 5 different personas that I would switch between depending on the situation, depending on the city we were in. And one of them even had a very successful beer making business going that was multi-city. And I basically had people working for me making and selling my beers.
Yep.
in a couple different cities. And but it's really fun playing that bard and rogue combination because you get some really interesting abilities, especially the way I built that character. But with adding the changeling on top of it, being able, and I had a set of shift weave, so I could not only change my appearance with an action, I could also, just my physical appearance, I could change my clothes to match. So it's like I could literally walk into an alley, walk out the other side, completely everything's different. And it makes for a really fun character. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna have to make one of those changelings one of these days.
And I was using the old version of the changeling, before they nerfed a few abilities, because Jody was okay with me using it was the Unearthed Arcana version. And it has one special ability that you can use. It's it's a limited use thing, but you basically have a chance of kind of startling somebody essentially by you just get in front of them and change your face briefly. And it can sometimes be enough to give advantage on an attack or something.
Sort of like a scare.
Yeah. And it's a really cool ability. I don't know why they took it out for.
I turned into
the
Strahd
official
for
one.
someone once.
Nice.
Kind of. Have you guys ever seen the Netflix, or it was like ABC before that, Lucifer?
I love Lucifer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's,
like
it's
so
the kind of that effect. Yeah.
Think his face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So, favorite characters. I have so many characters that I love playing. I think, to be fair, I think 100% my favorite character was Glee. I played her as a GM, of course, but she had a lot of intricate stuff going on behind the scenes, which didn't come out in the game. But I think I really, really enjoyed playing her.
I
As a
enjoyed Glee.
you enjoyed,
Yeah.
I enjoyed Glee a lot. She was fun. She was unique as far as characters go for me, having played some.
So, like, I think this is unfair to our viewers. Just saying Glee and not giving a brief.
That's true. Glee was an aspect of fate. She was actually the middle, or was she the youngest? I think she was the middle.
She
The
was the
middle.
middle.
Yeah, she was the middle aspect. See, I can't even remember now. Too many other characters flying through my head. She was the middle aspect of fate. So she was the young woman, and she was stuck in the material plane due to a bad deal, a deal gone wrong, and she was stuck in the material plane, being subservient to whomever had her blood. In essence, there was a vial of blood of hers that was floating around, and it changed hands a few times, not very often, but a few times. But she was an aspect of fate, and so she was a god, but she portrayed herself as an elven female, and it was pretty nice. She was the pull the strings on everybody's actions type of character, which was it was pretty cool. I had everybody guessing. Did I do that of my own fruition, or was this was this all orchestrated? But she eventually found her way back home by the end, so and rejoined her sisters.
Thanks to Browning and the crew. Yes.
Yes, thanks to Browning and the crew.
I got
A
so
few
many
brokered
characters.
deals with her.
Yes, a couple people brokered deals with her.
I've had a lot of characters over my lifetime, and I mean, obviously the first one was the one I remember the most, but the one I'm going to be playing tomorrow and retiring, his name is Sebastian. He's a cleric. He's based on another cleric, but the fact is, level 20. You've put a lot of work into it. He's played over 50 campaigns.
Are you going to retire the name as well?
I don't know yet. I don't like coming up with names. I hate coming up with names.
I love coming up with names.
Yeah,
That's my cheat sheet.
but I mean, Slippery Jim was fun. It's boring.
Slippery Jim was great.
I did like that.
I mean, he was good because you don't know him. You don't take any account for him. It's like
that whole campaign was fun. I was really enjoying because that was our Shadowrun campaign. I was really enjoying playing my my little rich boy that happened to be a Shadowrunner.
Yeah. Let's face it, Forsyth has been a real blast.
Yeah.
Because I mean, he's a rogue, he's a druid, he's an idiot. He's fun. He just, you guys have to keep a tight rein on him sometimes, and that's part of the fun for me is just seeing what I can get away with. And Forsyth gives me a lot of ability to get away with a lot of things.
Yeah.
But I had a bard once. I've had a couple bards. This was a 5e bard, and fortunately it was a play by post one, because he would communicate the background stuff out of character and all that properly. But when he spoke to the other characters, it was always in rhyme.
I think go ahead.
That's a challenge.
Yeah, I could only do that on a play by post. I can't come up with that off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I can. I mean, it never took me more than 20 seconds to write a post.
Oh, that's nice.
But the fact is I do think very quickly when it comes to that, and I know where my character's going, and I know where the other characters are going. I just keep track of everything. So it was easy to respond, but to get everything worded right in that 20 seconds, that was always the challenge. And so he was an enjoyable character for that. And I was sad when that campaign went the way of the dodo, but because he was only like level 5 or 6 at the time, and I wanted to keep playing him because it was a challenge, and I liked that.
It kind of reminded me of another character concept I had that I think would be fun. A mute bard.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. You would have to pantomime.
Well, the problem,
Or your
with some of
instant.
his spells,
Well, that's true. You do use an instrument, but
Right, but what I had thought of
verbal
was
components.
a mute bard whose main instrument is basically a like Darkwood didgeridoo. So you can use it as a staff.
nice.
Give it
Yeah.
the
That or a
capabilities
platinum
of
flute,
like
you know.
a DOS didgeridoo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, of all the characters that I've played, I can't pick a favorite. I'll be honest. I just can't. But I can tell you the one type of character that I haven't played that I would love to play one day. I've tried to play it a couple of times. I would really enjoy to play a druid one day, but
She never can.
Druids and me are cursed for some reason. Every time I go a druid, we play one time and it's over. Like
I keep trying to convince her on Saturdays, but she won't do it.
Well,
Yeah,
you've
do it on
seen what I
Saturdays.
did
I
with
do.
the druid.
Well, I've never played a druid either. I don't believe.
I love
Not for
playing
me.
a
I
druid.
love playing a druid.
Druids are
It's my
fun.
first ever druid, and I'm having a blast with him.
it's fun, man.
I think
My druid I
Riz was a
played was
druid,
fun.
but we didn't play that long with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't roll druids anymore because
I
I
don't
fear
understand all
that
those other subclasses because let's face it, Moon Druid, that's where it's at.
yeah,
I disagree. I
There are-
disagree.
You can have a lot of fun with the other ones.
Oh.
you can't have fun with the other ones. That's for sure.
I made a druid that could out heal the damage output from Rob. Yeah, that was
yeah, that was pretty impressive.
druids, and I don't remember what it was. It wasn't a moon druid. It was something else.
There are health druids. The druid that revolves around the health industry.
Yep.
I think the only thing that kept my character alive on Sunday's campaign for me was the fact that she is a druid and could keep healing herself.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was rough.
I almost died.
Almost. Came close. Well.
I think it was Circle of the Stars is what it was. Yeah, it was Circle of the Stars.
Oh yeah. That's right.
That was. I loved Riz. I'll have to run him again.
Yeah, you're gonna have to run him again. Oh, that one was cool. I enjoyed Riz.
I bet there's a campaign after this one.
Yeah, there probably will be a campaign after this one. Although I don't
Okay,
know.
folks, you're getting an insight onto what our next campaign might be like.
I have no
Great.
idea
Hard to
yet.
say.
I am not thinking next campaign at the moment because
Yeah,
I'm
we're
still
not
in
there
the middle
yet.
of this one. Not there
We're
yet.
gonna have
We
to
got a
jump
lot
on
to
that
go.
one.
Yeah. Speaking of this campaign, though, what has been your character's most memorable moment in this campaign so far?
Kosha.
Kosha, yes. What
He's
exactly
a young
about
guy
her?
and he's got a girlfriend, and he got to save her life. You know, or at least he
It's
thinks he
true.
did.
This is true. That's points, right?
Yeah.
Mine's easy. Mine was last session.
You finally got what you want.
Finally got it.
Signing a pact in blood to take over the family business. Yes. That was.
I think my favorite is probably yet to come, but I do have a couple that I like so far.
Get it out.
Gavian.
Gavian.
I did kind of like that.
Careful, we'll have to change our name.
or a rating at least.
Hey, it
we're
is
marked
not
as for
suitable
adult.
for children.
We're okay there. Joe made sure of that.
I know the people I play with.
And yourself.
Oh,
I
definitely
think-
myself.
I think my favorite part so far was when I took all of my stuff out of my workshop and put it into a bag holding and left. I didn't tell anybody. and moved in to fix this house and didn't tell him.
That was unique.
And I knew I was right about that stinking statue. He's up to no good.
I don't know that he's not necessarily up to no good. I think he just keeps his own counsel on some things.
But who's he working for, really?
Himself.
Partially fixed now.
Partially
Yeah.
fixed. What about Kadeth?
Trying to think. I don't know. Favorite moment with the Kadeth? Probably going through the tapestry.
That was pretty cool. I think I like how Evangeline now has some extra big brothers.
Although I will say this: sneaking around the Trinston house and causing all that confusion early.
Chaos.
Almost getting dead.
Oh, that chaos.
That was a blast.
Unnecessary chaos.
Oh no! Absolutely necessary.
All chaos is necessary when it comes to
Things
foresight.
were too calm.
My question is when is Fix going to make him an official member of the Jagged Dream?
Maybe tonight.
I think I will say,
I have to admit I'm a little bit afraid for tonight.
as a GM, so far, my favorite moment that we've had in this campaign so far is reading Fix and Evangeline's fortunes.
That was pretty
Oh.
awesome.
Enjoyed that. I know nothing about tarot cards. Do not look at me as any kind of expert on tarot cards. I probably screwed it up. If you read tarot cards, you probably going, you got that totally wrong. But it's a game.
It's a fantasy world, and it's a fantasy world.
It's how they
You're
work
you're
in
the
this
DM.
world.
You're the DM, so you make the decisions on how
That's
things
right.
work.
I'm pretty sure that anybody out there who actually has tarot cards, they're not changing all the time either.
That's
Yeah.
true too.
True.
Go rip them up; it'll serve you better.
So, but that was fun for me. I enjoyed that. That was and of course all the little things that are going on in the background that I don't share and will probably eventually come up, or maybe not. Like the last campaign, there are things that didn't come up, and it's like, oh well.
One of my favorite things about this campaign, as I mentioned before, as we talked about, we are sisters. We talk on the phone every day. We spend a lot of time talking about the campaign. And by Tuesday, I've forgotten what we've talked about. And it's always a shock when it comes up and I go, I remember that from our conversation. Oh my.
Yes, she doesn't really get any insider information. And what she might actually glean as insider information, she'll forget anyway.
I forget.
So it's helpful.
Although of late, we spend a lot of time of me just telling her what I think Evangeline thinks. And her just going, huh.
Wouldn't you like to know? That's what I tell Joe all the time. Wouldn't you like to know?
Okay. I need to kill something. Let's go.
All right. All right.
Do we have any other
Let's-
important questions?
Nope, that was pretty much it.
Okay.
All right. We're going to, if
The
we
most
can,
important question. Who's ready to start gaming?
I will be in 5
Me?
minutes.
Oh,
All right,
I better do my
let's take a
screen back
5-minute,
on.
and
We're
we'll be
going to
back.
take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back. That'd be a shame if we
And
did the whole thing and you didn't come through.
oh, that would be bad.
Are
Yeah,
three
we're
of us
back.
watching? Okay.
I
I'm
have a friend
watching.
who said she was going to watch.
Cool.
And
Yeah.
we're
We're
back.
We're back.
Hey! And we're back. All right. So this is episode 50. And it is entitled Seers and Priests. So last week, while talking with Shane Marsk at the circus, the group learned a bit more about the ages. The second age saw the first 7 cities destroyed, while the other 9 got their shields up and running. A few months after that, Saji disappeared, causing the shields to fail in other cities. During the third age, those remaining 8 cities were also destroyed. They also learned that these shields contained an orrery and sigils for location. This allowed them to be used as teleportation circles. Shay provided the sigil for Dagon because he once cared for the shield at that location. The group decides to go to Umdera to return the crystal ball before anything else, and Theon provides the means. Upon arrival, they find themselves in the field of knee-high grass that is teeming with wildlife. They see the city that seems to be a few hours away, slowly moving in a direction. They make their way to the city, and they ascend to the platform, noticing they ascend via a platform and notice that the city on top of this moving platform is very self-sufficient with farms, livestock, and any other needs that they may need or be required to live. The people take
Mortal
notice of them.
engines.
Yes. The people take notice of them, however, but do not seem concerned at their arrival. After being directed to follow the red ribbon signs, they find Lazarus's abode. At Lazarus's, the group learned he allowed the crystal ball to be taken from him to hide in exile during the Fifth Age. And when asked about Gidna, Lazarus shares about golden beetles. These creatures were prevalent in ages past, but are now nearly extinct. Only 3 in existence are in captivity by Gera, Strolduck, and Isabella. Once the beetle bonds with a master, it obeys them. The beetle can then be placed into a host, which will then in turn cause the host to obey the master as well. Any way to remove the beetle comes with risk of killing the host. When asked about the Forge family, he shares that they are safe and guarded at Durkal, and catching a possible change of the future warns Evangeline about taking drastic action. After this, he takes hold of the ball and disappears, as 2 ethereal beings, who Evangeline had seen prior, begin taking form. Edwina and Rowena, being celestial, their job was to take over Lazarus's work in his absence and offered to teleport the group to Key. Arriving in Key, they make their way to the Trinson estate and immediately notice Philaethus is not present. Fix starts heading to the office, but Vineth stops him, giving him an intercepted communication between Dolren and their mother. Fix reads the message, and it states, I didn't put all of that in there. It states that suspicious activity passing through mercenaries and crates from Osper to Weirfall. Fix pockets this message and heads on to the office. Once in the office, Fix and Arias have some conversation where Arias shares that Gera is after Fix, but also is involved in something bigger. She also shares that Gera is one of 5 powerful people the Jagged Dream leave alone. The other 4 are Strolduck, Isabella, Reneo, and Jenik. She shares she is being watched and threatened that both Gidna and Fix would die if she continued to dig for more information. When asked, she shares that Philaethus is currently in Niliesh, and she believes he serves someone else who has commanded him to serve the Jagged Dream. Arias also tells the party that it is best not to trust him fully. Fix asks for her assistance when they come against Gera, and after some deliberation, she does agree. Knowing Philaethus should not go any time without anyone to report to, Arias transfers leadership to the business to Fix. Evangeline asks about her family, and Arias confirms there was noise about that. She gives Evangeline a note from Leslin, her mentor, confirming the Order of Truth has the Forge family and commands that Evangeline checks in. As Fix informs his father of taking leadership, Evangeline searches her belongings. After organizing her things, she realizes that a sentimental figurine of a unicorn is missing. Fix asks Vaneth about visitors and finds out that High Priest Reneo had been a dinner guest and was left alone for some time. This is where we pick up. It is, I would say, late afternoon-ish. And this is where we're picking up. You're at the Trinson estate. It's late afternoon. You guys had spoken about waiting till morning to do anything else. But please let me know, what are your plans for the rest of this evening?
Well, I wanted to go visit the old seer in this city. What was her name again?
Giselle.
Giselle. That's right.
All right.
I don't know if anybody wants to come with me for that, but
I'll go with you.
I'd go with you after I'm like, give me 1 second, and then I run and find my mother again.
She's in the office.
Yeah. And I take off the necklace that I had
Her pendant.
blessed or whatever, bled on.
bloody necklace.
Consecrated.
Yeah. And I take it and I toss it to her and I say, "You're not getting out of here that easily." And I smile at her and then I head off with Kadath.
She takes it. She won't say anything.
Didn't give her a chance to.
Okay.
Evangeline, are you coming with us or staying back at the house?
I am coming with.
Okay.
All right. So you guys head out of the house and you go to Giselle's. All right. You head off to Giselle's. You guys know the way. Her door is open. Yeah, it's exactly as you would expect it to be. It's dimly lit. You see the beads, you see the crystal ball sitting on a table. You see her little counter with like the tarot cards and various other crystals and such. As you guys walk in, you will hear some shuffling going on behind the beaded curtain, and in just a few moments, Giselle starts to walk out, and she's like, hello again.
Hello. Good evening.
Greetings
So-
and salutations. Oh.
I actually came for 2 reasons.
Yes.
One, I wanted to let you know that we have returned the crystal ball to Lazarus.
Yes.
I thought you might know that already, but I wanted to make sure if you hadn't heard or felt it or whatever.
I felt it.
Did you know?
Did I know? I
Who he
know
was?
many things. Officially, no, but I had my suspicions. He was quite knowledgeable, more knowledgeable than most in the Order of the Third Eye. Of course, he was the High Priest. Now he's the god.
And much more. And my second reason for coming was I wanted to go ahead and take you up on that offer from before.
Oh,
She gonna bake us cookies? No.
do you want cookies? I can make you cookies. She picks up the crystal
Maybe
ball.
later.
She moves it.
Not that often.
Maybe later.
You see, I'll bake.
She goes to her a little box off to the side where she pulls out her tarot cards, and she starts shuffling them. And she sits down at the table, and she says, "Come, come. Do you just want a reading?
Or what?
What else is there?
She flips out 3 cards. she
Let's
she will
What other
start with a
services
reading and
is
see what
Giselle offering here?
Let's start with the reading and see where that takes us first.
very well. She'll flip over the first card. The first card you see is actually listed as Judgment. It is right side up, and she looks at it for a moment, and she says, "This is your calling, to be Judgment. She will guide you in this path. Trust her."
I
She
do.
flips over the next card, and it is upside down. It is Justice, and it is upside down. She went, "Oh." Being that this card is showing upside down, be wary, be watchful. There are lies being revealed. One cannot be trusted in your circle. Not here. These are trustworthy. In your
Extended
next
circle.
yes.
In the order?
I believe that's what that might
Perhaps.
mean. I was worried that that might be the case, given certain recent events.
My first thought goes to Strolduck.
Lux. Well, I mean, he's a friend of you guys.
Another possibility, but
I'm not going to say who I think it is because I am very biased.
I don't think it's Kosha either.
There is one who cannot be trusted. She'll flip over the other card. She says, "Oh," she says, "this one is Temperance, and it is right side up." It says, "This shows that you will bring balance. You will bring balance back, and experience." She kind of smiles. She's like, "You will experience a spiritual transformation in due time."
Interesting. Everything else makes sense. That's a little more cryptic.
I can transform you.
I'll transform.
I don't think it's that kind of
Into a bird.
She said
transformation.
spiritual.
She said
Oh.
spiritual.
Ah,
Yes. Yes. This is your path.
Well, like you said, I just need to trust the Raven Queen.
She'll scoop up the cards, throw them back into her deck, shuffle.
off again.
She'll set 'em down. She'll go over and get her crystal ball. Put it back down. Cookies,
Can you-
anyone?
I'm going to look at her crystal ball.
All right, you take a look at her crystal ball. It's very clear. It's almost like looking through a pane of glass,
Oh,
or
look, no eyeballs.
yeah, there's no eyeballs. It's not cloudy. Um,
All day.
roll me a wisdom saving throw.
I'm
Well, that
going
was
to
tough.
look around.
I'm not very wise, but I did roll an 18 on the die.
Well, that is good enough. You start looking at it, and you feel kind of drawn to it a little bit, and the ball starts to darken. Not black darken, but more like a deep blue, like the night sky. It starts to darken like into the night sky, and you start to see little speckles of light like stars. And about that time, you kind of feel Giselle kind of looking at you, and you stop and you look around. You pull yourself back out, basically.
She caught you.
I wasn't touching, I was just looking.
Interested in the Seers path?
I never have been. But these balls are curious.
Oh, they do hold much magic, and with the proper guidance, you can use this magic. I myself have magic. The ball has magic. With time and instruction, much training, I have learned to infuse my magic with the ball's magic, which allows me to see things.
Can all who have magic do that?
All who have magic can certainly try. Not all are successful.
I did not like what I saw the last time.
The future is a funny thing that way. But it is not set in stone. Fate weaves his own tapestry sometimes.
He said
La-
something to that effect.
The last time I looked,
But he said
into
he wasn't
one,
pushy.
I saw the present, not the future.
Ah, you
But I
were.
was also tapping into my own beliefs, my own faith to do so.
You were probably guided by the hand.
Very much.
I also saw the present.
Ah.
I
Had
am
someone on your
curious.
mind then.
Yes.
If I think about somebody possible future, can I look again?
You can. It may or may not show you. Some things are hard to tell the future, as it is so easy to change.
I'm going to look at the ball again.
Okay.
And I'm going to think future days, weeks. And I'm going to think about Gavian.
Okay. The future of Gavian, huh? Okay.
See a white dress.
You see a
and
white
ball.
dress. So run as fast as you can. Oh. All right. You kind of get into the ball. You start kind of leaning into it. Roll me a wisdom saving throw again.
I rolled a nat 20.
All right. With your wisdom saving throw, you feel yourself starting to be pulled into this night sky again. This time, you feel like you're a little bit more in control. And you start thinking of Gavian. And you find Gavian in. Where is he at the moment? You find Gavian in Thrice still. You kind of find him in that cantina, but it's almost shadowy. And you see things start to move fairly rapidly. And soon you recognize the square in Niliesh. you see Gavian in the square of Nyliesh. You see him escorting a young lady whom you recognize. Shanae? What was her name? The daughter. I gotta find it.
The daughter of who?
Of Galagos and the tall, extremely skinny golden woman.
Oh.
The daughter that is the only one there without a mutation at the moment.
Onasa.
Onessa. I might be thinking of her mother as Shanae. Onasa. You see him escorting Onasa through the square and to the magic shop where you had met Galagos. In the background, you do see fighting going on. Everything's a little hazy. Where you walk by where Phalathus was while you were there, he is not there. And you definitely see lots of fighting. You see him ushering Onasa into Galagos's shop, and everything starts to get really fuzzy, and you start to get a headache. You get a little confused, and you feel yourself kind of getting pushed back, like there's resistance, and you come out of it. Giselle will kind of have a half smirk on her face.
Without saying anything, I will look at her. And then I'll look at Fix. And then I'll look at Kadath. And I'll look at Forsyth. I don't know why, because I'm looking at everybody, I guess.
What did I do?
Nothing
You wanna
yet.
share what you saw?
Give me time.
I look back at Giselle. That raises even more questions.
What did you see, Evangeline?
Well, the future is not set in stone.
I share what I saw.
What was it? Because I was reading a work email. I'm sorry.
Sorry, you have to actually share.
I took notes because that's what I do.
Oh, good.
I looked in and I thought about your brother.
That's not new.
I initially saw him in the same cantina I met him in Thrice.
Okay.
But then he was in Nyliesh with Onasa.
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 Okay.
He was taking her to the magic shop. Phalathus, is that right? How am I saying that right?
They have you want Phalathus.
And he was not there. And there was much fighting going on.
The fighting that we are hoping to achieve?
That I do not know.
Very interesting. Do we need to save my brother? Was he in danger?
I do not believe he was in danger.
Okay.
And I do believe he can handle himself. And I do believe that if he needs help, he will call.
Okay.
Who's he gonna call?
Ghostbusters.
Me, of course. I'll say with a big grin.
That would be Boast Gusters.
Ghostbusters.
Goat's butter.
Better.
We don't want to go towards Butters.
What was that about udders?
Yeah.
All right.
You know Butters, right?
And again, almost subconsciously, I will put my hand on my bag of holding.
I'm going to look around.
Giselle's
For
just
pilferables?
smiling. For pilferables. There's probably pilferables.
Yeah.
There's lots of little
We'll
crystals
see
and
how much you
tarot
can read the
decks and
future.
various other things.
How much she cares?
Yeah.
How does-
She might not even care.
How does one go about acquiring one of these crystal balls?
Is there an extra one looking or sitting around? I can always take one.
I mean, there's little ones like, little figurine like things.
I'll grab one.
You don't know if they contain any kind of magic in them or not, but a true
I will attempt to take one. Let's put it
You
that
will
way.
attempt to take one. Roll me your sleight of hand with advantage because she is totally fixated on Evangeline. She's
Character sheet up.
Hey, I'm like first pick in the draft now. I don't have an order.
she says this is that is much for the first time delving into a ball. I realize that you've said you've done this before and you've seen the present. The last crystal ball I'm assuming you looked into was the one of many eyes.
Yes.
Yes.
Lots of eyes.
It will guide you as opposed to you guiding it. It will show you what it feels you need to see. It is a very powerful artifact meant to be in the hands of a god. Yeah, you're going to be able to right into your hand.
And right into my bag.
Yeah.
And I didn't even notice. So I got a 7.
I've been practicing.
Yeah. She will say,
Are we able to roll perceptions on that?
sure, if you'd like to.
I don't know. What was the roll? I don't even know if I can make it.
It's a
A
22.
22.
You could possibly make it.
I could maybe.
I think any of
somehow.
you could possibly make that, but yeah, she'll look at you. It's just for the first time attempting to guide the ball into showing you what you want to see, which is what you have to do unless it's the ball of many eyes, of course. It's pretty good.
I rolled a 22 exactly.
Oh, nice. You're gonna see a little figurine of a kind of fly through the air real quick, just like out the corner of your eye.
Okay then.
Cool.
It's a crystal ball that stands about this tall, including
Yeah.
the platform that it sits on.
Yeah, I won't say anything. I figure I know where it went, but I won't say anything.
The nice thing about not having to actually touch it.
Yeah, you don't even have to touch it anymore.
If this is something that I wanted to pursue,
Yes,
You're
I
gonna
could-
become a diviner.
I could come back to you.
absolutely. It would be my pleasure.
You could also just go to the Ina sisters.
You could also go to the Ina sisters, yes. Although I don't know if they want to
But
be
you're in
known by
Key,
that.
and
I
you're
am
not in a city
said-
that moves around.
They were
This
fine
is-
with it.
This is true. Oh, well, okay. If they were fine with it, then the Ina sisters it shall be. Yeah. So,
I will step back and delve into my own thoughts.
all right.
So speaking of the future,
Yes.
is there anything you can tell us about our future related to our current plans?
And our most recent decisions.
Well, that would require you to have decisions. Um,
I
she
made a
will.
decision.
You made a decision? I mean, sure about that decision? She'll grab a hold of the ball.
Well, I guess
Are you
guess
sure
there's the
you made the decision?
argument that fate could have made that decision for me, but
She will grab the ball, and she will kind of look at it for a moment. She kind of leans into it just a little bit. She says, future here. Pulls back. Future here is shrouded. Um, you have much to decide upon. I mean, I look at the future in relation to a controversy. The outcome is unclear. There will be pain.
there always is.
Make sure it is worth the risk. The future for business endeavors is also shrouded. It looks like you may or, well, I mean, the end goal looks like it will come out okay, but there will be growing pains, of course. But with a switchover of leadership, that generally is what happens. Um, future of your call in relation to the family. It's extremely shrouded. It seems that future has not been determined. There are things in motion that makes it hard to determine the future. There is many decisions to make there as well. What would you like me to delve into further, if I can?
The library,
Library.
university library.
Speaking of which, and I'll pull out the card.
Oh, that is the library. I have been there. I think I even know where that is in the library.
Where?
See.
There is a room in the library that off the main room that you see the books, that's very common. I recognize that room. But off to one side of that room is a restricted area for professors. And in that room, there is a case in the center of that room that displays a beautiful book with golden filigree. And that lays upon it is this quill of swan feather and gold. It's quite beautiful. Sparkles in the candlelight from the sconces and chandeliers. It is quite a sight to behold.
Hmm. Wonder what we're supposed to do with this.
I need to go there.
Oh, you were a student there. I'm sure you still have connections with even some of your professors. There is no reason for you to be concerned about going to the library.
I need to go to the quill.
Well, any professor should have access to that room.
I'm sure we can find somebody willing to help us get in there. What about the rescue / vengeance operation that we have planned?
There is no
That
vengeance, only justice.
Oh, okay. Mostly justice.
Yes.
Vengeance and justice are sometimes linked hand in hand.
She says that is indeed a shrouded mystery. I did look at that. That is that one is hard to tell. That is one that may cause as much pain to succeed at as to fail at. Is dangerous.
Is the high priest working with her
Oh,
willingly? And is my family involved because of it?
let me see. She kind of looks in. So looking at her acquaintances, she knows the High Priest Renil. She knows Strolduk, Ninnik, and I believe that is Isabella. She knows them. I don't see her making any deals or anything beyond just knowing them, being in the same place at the same time. Often that can be coincidental. But I see no actual deals exchanged, papers exchanged. It is hard to say.
Are they all working with somebody else that they have in common? Can you tell?
only see them with each other. I don't see another party. Your family is at the Dirk Hall, it looks like. I don't think it's in relation to. It's under nobody's orders except for the High Priest Reneo. It seems to be for concern. Now, that is all I can get. They seem to be concerned about your family. It's really weird looking into this stuff because everything has a bit of a shroud to it, which tells me that there's probably some high magics that's making it hard to see clearly.
Like from a god?
Quite possibly.
That was a very loud pop.
I will turn and walk to the door
Do not
and
do that.
gaze out the door.
Are you looking for anything in specific, or are you just being lost in thought?
What?
Lost in thought,
Okay.
contemplating,
Alrighty.
trying to quell my reactions.
Got it.
Because I've been warned multiple times. Wrestling with my own thoughts. I don't believe in the gods.
But they believe in you.
And you've seen them.
There are no such things as gods. They are stories made up in the past. They are crutches people used to justify their actions.
Is that what we're doing?
I turn and look at Fix.
And he's looking straight back at you.
I don't believe in gods.
But that doesn't preclude them from believing in you. Or affecting you.
But there is
Even existing.
many things that have happened. My hand goes almost subconsciously back to my bag of holding. There is much things that I have seen that I cannot find an answer for.
Such as what happened with the Lazarus?
Yes.
Is your issue with gods the idea that they are divine? Or what is keeping you from believing in them?
I have never believed in them.
Because of the name, the term God associated with them? Do you believe in powerful wizards? Powerful beings?
She turns and I turn. I look at Giselle. And I will tell her. Well, I'll tell it to everybody, but I'm looking at her. I never thought magic was anything more than science that people do not understand.
Giselle kind of smirks. Eh,
And then I'll turn and I'll look at Fix and say, but then I went to Saji. And then she turns and looks at Kadath. And I've seen and I've touched and I've felt your sword. And she looks at Forsyth.
Don't know anything about you. Oh.
I don't know. His God cleansed the land.
Okay.
Or the God used him to cleanse the land.
And you, who don't profess like the other two, seem to have a connection with something higher. My entire life, my entire upbringing, I do not believe in gods. But I cannot explain this. And she looks like her head is hurting.
I see a migraine coming on. Giselle say, I'll get the cookies.
Fix will look at her and say, can you explain the wind?
She looks at Fix and says, the wind. It blows where it may, but it is definitely caused
By
atmospheric conditions and the rotation of the world.
And what would your answer have been before that was known?
Now you see that wheel is spinning.
Loading. Loading.
It's loading.
Just because you can't explain something does not mean it does not exist. Our incapability of explaining things does not make them not true. It just means that we are limited in our understanding.
But can we understand?
I think that is our shortcoming. That does not mean that the gods do not exist because we are incapable or unwilling.
We spoke.
By all means, say that you do not understand. Say that you cannot explain it. But we've seen them. We've spoken to them. And we have been guided and, in some cases, manipulated by them.
Mhm.
Saying you do not understand and saying they do not exist are two completely different things.
I do not understand.
He'll nod and he'll give her a hug. In time you will, my child. No.
Oh, grasshopper.
Oh, you're a
Grasshopper.
grasshopper. Giselle will come back with a plate of cookies and set them down.
I will eat a cookie. I'm going to message you something, Jody.
Okay.
And I'm going to look at Giselle and say he's probably putting too much on her, but kind of say, are my thoughts misguided?
Always, of course.
Of course. I mean,
I
you put too much into it. Sometimes it's as simple as being right there. Other times, you must dig for the answers, young grasshopper.
You need to be more like me.
um,
Diggy diggy hole.
I do not believe so. I do not believe your thoughts are misguided.
Thank you. He'll just nod and look to the others, looks to Kadat and say, was there anything more?
don't think there's anything more that we'll gain any clarity on.
Eat a cookie.
I'll take a cookie.
I look at
Just make everything better.
Giselle and say, why my hand?
Why your hand?
And she's going to phrase this in a way that makes sense to her. Why did the Guardians of Fate place it in my hand?
That's what I figured you meant. Why your hand? He wishes it to be yours.
Are we talking about the same thing here that I'm thinking?
The quill?
I must go to the library. I must find the quill. I don't know why.
No better time than the present.
In the morning.
You are muted,
I
senior.
think the library
no
we
better
could do
present than the time.
tonight. Because
Why I gotta watch.
I think the
We do not
library
know
we
what will
could
be
do
in the
tonight.
we do not know what will be in the library.
True. We also don't know the outcome of tomorrow.
Giselle will look at Evangelina Forsyth and say, eat a cookie.
I'll eat a cookie.
Enjoy. I'll wait to see if you turn into anything.
Well,
would
three
fix
of you
his
have
argument.
I
ate
was to say I've
cookies.
already eaten one, so
Yeah.
As we're enjoying our cookies,
As I enjoy watching them eat it, hoping to turn into something funny.
Hoping they turn into something. Please have them turn into. Please have.
I will tell them I am torn.
Like a sheet of paper?
Between
It feels that way.
Rough edges and all.
Do I go to Dirk Hall or not?
If you feel you need to.
I think
We've all had things we felt we needed to do that we did.
I think more specifically, I am torn as to whether I should check in or check out.
well, and on top of that, do you do it sooner or later?
The library. I need to go to the library. I need to see the quill in the book. I need an answer.
And if you do not find it,
then I won't have my answer. I don't know.
but if you say you need it, we will most definitely go and find this quill with you, Evangeline. I just hope that you're not allowing your emotions to lead you to rash decisions, as you say you have been warned against.
I wonder
This
if
coming
getting
from
the
the guy
quill.
that just made a rash decision.
I wonder if getting the quill might help with some of the other decisions.
The books, the library, the study, the reading, the knowledge. That is me. That is my life. That's all I've ever wanted. That's all I've ever known.
And the order knows this. I'm
But
not
the
saying we're not going. I'm just saying that we need to be wary of traps laid by those that are
but
working
the
against.
order did not give me that card.
No, I'm not saying that they gave you that card, but if they are as informed as we believe they to be, they could definitely be lying in wait.
But how
I'm
would
not saying let us not go. I simply am saying that we proceed with caution.
definitely proceed with caution, but I don't see any reason they would even suspect us going to the library.
We know that they have somebody of means informing them.
Right, but as of this point, there's only two people outside of the four of us who know about this card. One is the person who gave it to us, the other is Giselle.
And those deities that have put cards within the deck that we are being handed. And we do not know if the gods know of the cards
Except
that the other
for
deities put them into.
one thing that Fate said. He did say that he did not know of the other cards, only
Yeah.
the one that he placed in the deck.
Yes. He looks at Forsyth and says, when a card mechanic stacks a deck, do the other players know of it?
Not if they're good. I mean, a practiced hand can hide the card anywhere they want in a deck. The whole thing is to get the attention off what the hands are doing. So,
Like I said, I'm not saying we don't go. I just don't want us walking in there with a belief that there will not be any pushback.
I think we should go, but I agree we should be cautious. Make sure you know for sure who we ask before we ask them.
I look to Giselle. How is this
He's eating
section?
a cookie.
Mm, How is this section warded against those without access?
It will be revealed to you when you arrive. Then she looks at Forsyth. You should eat a cookie.
I have no desire for a cookie, thank you.
I'm gonna laugh if in like 30 minutes it's like you have a 48-hour plus 12 to any role you want.
You didn't
I'm
need
gonna
a
laugh.
cookie.
I'm gonna laugh when you guys turn into monkeys. So
They're cookies of Hero Feast.
They're cookies of Hero Feast.
yeah, I just don't trust that. Thank you.
Or they
I was
happen to be the
born, but it
cookies
wasn't
that allow us to
yesterday.
get through the barrier at the library that we need to go through.
Well, I'll take one with me under advisement.
Yes. Take a cookie.
I put the cookie in a pocket. Let
Pocket
it all
cookies.
crumple up.
You eat the crumbs.
I will look at Fix. So you believe that there's one of these gods that is manipulating the rest?
That wouldn't be
Stacking the deck?
I would not. You're coming through really loud.
Really
Rhonda.
loud.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. I think it's because
You
you're
don't have
getting
to
so
be-
You're
close.
just you don't have to be that
You don't
close
have to be
your
right
mic.
up on your mic.
I'm actually just leaning on my desk.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I got you. It was just it was
You're
coming
I
fine.
through
push it
really
back.
loud.
Yeah, push
Um,
it back a little.
I'm hard of hearing anyway, so it helps.
I would not.
I
would
wish
not
Jody
put it
was
past
closer
them.
to her microphone.
Sometimes
Sorry, I can't swallow it. It's right here.
She just needs a better microphone.
I do. I
one
need
of
a better
these
microphone.
one of these days, Jody, we'll have to sit down and I'll go through your settings and such and get it figured out
There you go.
on there. So I had that thing for like 4 years, that same model, couple
Yeah.
different sets of it. So, but anyways, Evangeline, I believe that I would not put it past one or multiple of those gods. If you remember, there was multiple that were seemed a bit nefarious.
And some of the good ones tend to be self-serving.
All of them
And
are
the one that
self-serving.
Yeah,
the
there is
one that yeah, the one that Kadath's god has had it out with.
My hand goes to my bag of holding.
We know not what their powers are. For all we know, they can still communicate out of whatever existence that we may think they're in.
And my other hand slides into my pocket.
Shard is the
The soul stone.
soul stone. You put your hand in your pocket for the soul stone.
To see if it's still there.
It is still there. It comes to your hand, and you feel it vibrate.
I release it back into my pocket.
Put it in your forehead. Isn't that the one that
And-
Vision had? Yeah.
Again, I will check the other pocket for the shards.
Okay. You put your hand in the other pocket, and you feel the pieces of that stone that was broken in the bottom of the marshes. They too are vibrating a little. Not quite as much as the soul stone, but they are also vibrating.
Does it give you comfort that it's there?
It gives me no comfort.
Do you feel that because they are there, they cannot be manipulating elsewhere?
Possibly.
We've seen that a god can step down from their seat of power and still have great power. And it still be able to manipulate things.
And this orb that I carry around causing me great pain.
I look to Giselle. Do you know where? I assume you know what we're speaking of.
Yes.
Is there a place that is secure that it can be placed that would not require Evangeline keep it on her person?
As of right now, the answer to your question
Is in the library.
is no.
Oh,
It's in the cookies. Oh,
It's in the cookies.
I
You
take
should
the
have a
whole tray.
cookie. No.
It-
Except among yourselves. Uh, Anybody who has knowledge of these items and their whereabouts could be detrimental.
How about this, Evangeline? Why not allow one of us to carry that burden for a while?
I can certainly carry something.
I think that it was unfair of us to simply assume for you to carry such a burden. Share the load.
if memory serves me correct, will the Raven Queen allow you to carry? Will it be
I
a
do not serve the
detriment?
Raven Queen.
I'm looking at Kideth.
Yeah, but Fix is like, it's,
I
one of us can
think
carry.
Would it be a detriment to you? That is not a risk I am willing to take.
let me do the best I can with getting a potential answer to that question. And I'll summon my sword.
All right. When the sword comes out, you do feel it vibrate a little.
See? I'll just think, will it be safe if I carry one of the items Evangeline is worried about?
There is um, a moment of excitement and determination that you feel.
Interesting. I don't. I'm not sure how to interpret the feeling I'm getting from the sword.
Why don't we do this?
It's almost like it's
You
excited to have the opportunity, but I wonder if it's more the excitement of the opportunity to destroy them. But I don't
how
know.
about how about this? You carry the fragments, and I will carry the orb.
It might be
And
safest for now.
once you have become clearer on those feelings from your blade, then we can swap or decide what happens after that.
That's fair.
May I extend my hand to Evangeline?
I look to Giselle.
He's eating a cookie.
She's just watching the show at this point. She's like, this is the best drama I've seen in weeks.
Aside from that married couple that came in.
And then I look at Fix. And what of your God?
My God is concerned with craft, but to bring you to peace, he'll take a moment and he'll close his eyes and he'll try to commune with Gond and see, or the avatar of Gond, and see if there is any conflict of interest.
You will feel warmth on your chest, and a steadfastness, almost determination as well.
I will take a moment in reverence, and then I will look to Evangeline and say, my God is on board with it.
Is this a hasty decision that I've been warned against?
Oh,
I look at Giselle.
speaking of me, that doesn't seem hasty at all, if you ask me. I mean, you've weighed your options, you've weighed the pros and cons, you've asked what the. No, this doesn't seem hasty at all. It seems you've thinking this through.
I will reach into my pocket and pull the shards.
Hold a moment.
And I will just hold them in my hand.
Vibrate a little bit. You feel them vibrate. They're not visibly vibrating, but you feel them.
Right. The only concern I have is that the only bag of holding that I currently have is the one with the cards in it.
I put those back in my pocket.
Let me get another bag of holding first.
Well, we just do a swap. Evangeline carries the cards, you carry the shards.
We could do that. And I'll go ahead and pull out the cards. And before I hand them over, I'll show Giselle the fate card.
Oh, she'll say, it is finished. Good, good.
Yes, that was returning the crystal ball finished it.
Yes.
Well, him returning to his full power truly finished it, but returning the crystal ball was our last action toward that. However, the ruins were not finished with.
Well, I see that one taking some time.
Yes, I have ideas for what we need to do for that one, but I don't know. And there has been an additional message that may help with that one.
Good.
So, and I'll hand the cards to Evangeline.
And I will take them in one hand. And in the other hand, I will pull back out the shards.
All right, you feel them still vibrating.
And I will hand them to Kadath.
All right.
Now, remind me, because I don't remember. I'm sure Kadath does. What were these shards from exactly?
The swamp, when Forsyth replaced the stone down in the water.
Oh, that's right.
And the water cleared
it's the
up.
one that I broke.
Yeah, you broke it.
And you guys broke it.
And
That's right.
I think Forsyth has a piece. And then I picked up the rest of the pieces and put them in my pocket
Okay.
because whatever we learned that they were of Valsharoon.
It had his symbol on it.
It had his symbol on
That's
it. Okay.
right.
And I
It
take
was
the
a hi-hat
cards
symbol.
Yes.
and I will set the cards on the
Valsharoon's
table.
hi-hat.
Yeah.
And
All right.
I will very hesitantly reach into my bag of holding and call the orb.
All right.
Or
You are,
the orb is in a cloth.
oh yeah, that's right. You wrapped it in the dark cloth.
Do you
All
want
right.
to put the cards away
You-
before you pull the orb out?
I don't want to put the carbs in there with the orb of Valsharoon. So I'm going to pull the orb out first. And I can't put them in my pocket of holding unless I pull out the soul stone.
Yep.
Gotcha.
I'm
So
carrying a lot of nasty crap.
Yeah, you are. That's why we're spreading the love.
Yes.
So with the cards on the table, I'll step away and I'll pull
Right.
out the orb.
you pull out the orb. It's wrapped in a cloth.
It's wrapped in a cloth.
You feel it vibrating, and you feel almost a static electricity coming from it. But it's obviously very muted thanks to the cloth that's around it.
And
Oh.
did you set the shards down, or
I handed them to you.
oh, you handed them
Yeah.
to me? Okay. I'm just holding them for the moment.
And I will hand the orb to Fix.
Right.
Being very, very careful to maintain the cloth around it.
Right.
I will. Oh, go ahead.
As she's passing the orb, you realize very quickly, both Kadeth and Evangeline, because Kadeth, you didn't put away the shards, you're still holding them, that the closer they come together, the more they vibrate.
Okay. Interesting.
I'll pull it back.
I'm
And
going to
I'll-
go ahead and put the shards away in my bag.
Tell Fix to go over there.
Put the shards in my bag.
As soon
And
as I have the orb,
I'll hand him the orb.
I'll take the orb. I cast invisibility on myself, and I do like I did with the previous orb, and I will take a colored cloth that I know what the color is, and I will wrap it in it,
All right.
and I will put it in the bag in my bag of holding, and then I will become visible again.
All right.
And I will pick up the cards and I will put them in my bag of holding.
Okay. Make sure you mark on your inventory where those items are.
All in the bag,
And
man.
I've still got a list of all the cards, so I'll just keep tracking them for now.
That works.
That's fine.
Is the orb an item in D&D Beyond or no?
It should be the Orb of Valsharoon. I believe it is
I
in
believe
there.
so.
What about the shards? I'm assuming they're not, right?
No, the shards
No.
are not.
Okay.
Doo-doo.
I got so many handwritten notes about things I have.
I do not
Yeah,
see
because
it.
I don't put everything. in
No,
D&D
it
Beyond.
is not.
No,
Oh,
Okay.
okay. I
Makes
thought I
sense.
had it named.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did I name it Orb of Storms or something?
Nope. Orb of Velsharoon.
Okay.
Velsharoon.
That wasn't the
I'm
one.
not
No.
seeing it.
Is your homebrew turned on?
Is your homebrew
Yeah.
turned on?
Okay.
Okay. Because it is a custom item.
I'll find it.
That's okay.
Okay.
We can work on
That's
that
fine.
later.
Yep.
And just out of fear, more than anything, I'll put my hand in my pocket of holding and check for the soul stone again.
It is there. It comes to your hand and it's vibrating a little bit. Not as much as it was, though.
I'll send it back into my pocket of holding.
All right.
I do feel better that these 3 items are on 3 separate people, not on me.
You should not have had to carry that burden that long.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's much safer for those to be split. Much less likely for any other person to get control of any of all of them.
I also feel safer that if we go to the Drakal, that should they take me, they won't have the orb.
If they try to take you, they won't have their life. Vic says that straight-faced.
Attempting to take you would be a bad idea at a minimum. I guarantee that.
I am ready for the library.
Then I say we go now. I don't.
Cookie for the road?
I'll take one.
Sure.
I'll take one.
I'll go ahead and eat a cookie right now, or I'll start eating as we're walking out the door. As always, Giselle, thank you much.
The cookies are delicious.
Good. Made with much love.
And anytime that Vix has the chance, he's trying to feel and work through this new mark and figure out what he can do with it and how it works. And I mean, it's not like he's a stranger to magic, but he's trying, like, can I locate members? Can I just communicate with members? What can I do? And just trying to figure it out through will.
Sheer dumb luck.
Sheer
You
dumb
have no
luck.
idea where Gavian is. Oh,
You have no idea where Gavian is.
I don't need to know where he is. I can still contact it with him, even if this mark doesn't allow me to.
This is true.
It just might make it easier.
All right, you make your way toward the library. It's not far. It's maybe a 15-20 minute walk tops.
I cast invisibility on myself.
Okay.
Good idea.
The 3 of you are walking without Evangeline visibly.
I'm walking as a small child.
All right.
I'm walking as myself.
Okay.
I'm walking just like I usually do.
At Kofik Trenston.
Confidently. I'm walking confidently and.
All right.
Yeah.
Um,
I am walking
Purposefully.
as he's as a lord of the city would walk.
Yes. And as you're walking, you do have to pretty much pass the Trenson estate to get there from Giselle's. And as you kind of pass the Trenson estate, you do feel a little bit almost like a vibration. Yeah, there's a little bit of a vibration. You feel a little pull toward your home as you walk by. Nothing that's gonna like cause you to make a saving throw or anything like that.
Right.
But enough for you to kind of think, okay, this might be how your mother finds certain people, because you know that Vaneth is there, and he definitely has an official Jagged Dream pendant.
And so is my mother.
And so does your mother now. You walk on by, and you make it to the library. The library, it's late afternoon, early evening, probably 6 maybe. The library itself seems to be fairly quiet. There is somebody manning the front desk. They see you walk in. They will recognize you, Kofik, Fix. Yeah.
Before we go there, one thing I would have asked Evangeline, especially if she was going to go invisible, who should we ask for when we get there? That way you don't need to speak until we're with them.
Well, the only two names I have, Jody, are Janine. She is the librarian. And Professor Tomlinson,
Tomlinson.
which is probably who I would tell you is the professor. Or the librarian, either one. Because the librarian probably can get in there too.
Right.
Professor what was it?
Tomlinson?
Tomlinson.
Okay. So when we get in there, I'm going to walk straight up to the front desk. Say, hello. I'm doing some research, and I was wondering if I could speak with Professor Tomlinson.
Yeah, Professor Tomlinson. Yes, yeah, absolutely. She kind of looks at you and then looks over at Fix because she recognizes Fix. She expected Fix to step up because, well, she knows the Trinson family.
Yeah.
And so she's taken back a little bit. She says, "Of course, I will go and fetch him immediately. Please,
Thank you.
wait here." And
This is my
she'll-
manservant. Do it. Oh.
Manservant. The manservant reaches over and smacks you.
Doesn't take much.
He hits
So
the
she-
armor, and I go, wait, what was that? Did you hit me?
Did you hit me? After she's gone for about 5-10 minutes, so you know she didn't have to go too far, and she walks in with a gentleman behind her, and you, Evangeline, you recognize him as Professor Tomlinson. He walks in and he says, "Ah, good day. You are here for research."
Yes. Is there somewhere we could go speak in private for this? The research I'm doing is a little bit more sensitive in nature.
Sure. We can go over to a study room, and he leads you into the main part of the library, and then off to one side there's several doors, and he opens up one of the doors and you see a very long table with lots of chairs. It's like, come, and he walks in. Shut the door behind you.
Yep. We'll walk in.
I'll be extra slow to give Evangeline a chance to get in.
Okay. All right.
I squeezed in between.
All right. You get in, you shut the door. All of you are in there. Says, "All right, tell me, what is this research? I could probably help you out with whatever it is."
Doesn't matter what it is. We would like access to your restricted section.
Well, I mean, I can give you access to the restricted section, but I must ask what you are researching.
Restricted things.
That's pretty vague. Can we narrow that down a bit?
There's a friend of ours we're assisting with research, and she was once a student of yours.
I kind of nudge Kadath because I don't know this person. I don't trust him.
That's why I'm not saying a name.
Yeah, but it's kind of easy to find, figure it out.
Maybe. I have thousands of students. I've been here for quite some time.
Well, Fix didn't say that, but
Well, yeah.
uh,
You want to narrow that down a little bit further? I don't. What is
Some
the
of the-
topic of which this person may be studying?
gods.
Yes.
We have a few books on that in our restricted section.
specifically the second, third age, fourth, fifth, the entire pantheon.
That's not very specific, but yes.
It's more specific than restricted.
Well, that's true,
You
but
said more
you know,
specific.
I
You didn't
did.
say extremely specific.
I did say that. Very well. Come. I will show you where the books on the gods in the restricted section are. I don't know why this was so secretive. He opens the door. He walks on out.
I have my reasons.
I
He
do not know
crossed.
your people.
We're all learn. We all are learners. We quest for knowledge.
I do not know who in your
Yeah.
organization has loose lips. And my business is my own.
Fair.
And if
You're
you know
probably right.
who it is I serve, you know that there is always a reason.
I do indeed recognize a couple of symbols among you. Well, because of my research. Come. And he will lead you across the main library to another room where you will see him kind of wave his hand over a little, it's just like a solid block on the wall. He will wave his hand over it. You'll see a brief flash of a sigil, and then he will open the door.
I'll lean over to Kat and I'll say RFID.
Yeah, pretty much. And
Magical RFID.
when he opens
Yeah.
the door, Fix, Kadeth, and Evangeline, because you ate cookies, you guys will see up on the walls. There are several books. You see what the room is, but you also see kind of up along the walls, up toward the top corner. There's about 4 shadowy creatures that just kind of swirl around the ceiling. The Professor Tomlinson opens the door. He says, "Come, come," and he'll walk in. The shadowy creatures don't seem to be doing anything, and they're just swirling.
So, Professor, what happens if somebody steals a book from here?
Oh, well, we've never had a book stolen from here.
Ever had one attempted to be stolen?
Once.
Or what happened?
Didn't survive to tell about it. It was very gruesome.
So you have protectors in place?
Of course. These are restricted books, and they have to, our students have to have special permission to be able to be in this room, usually with a professor, and watched over. Some of the knowledge here is just not meant for young minds. And of course, we like to protect the item. And he kind of motions to the center of the room, which you all noticed immediately, is a pedestal with a book laid open on it, glistening in the candle lights in the room. You can see that it's a gold filigree, and there is a beautiful swan feather quill laid on top of it with a golden nib.
I walk that way.
So tell me about this item.
Well, this item came to the university. What was it now? It was before my time. I'd say probably 60, 70 years ago. Uh, it was in the hands of the headmaster at the time. And when he passed on, he gifted the university his quill and book. It was a mighty fine gift. It's priceless. He kind of stares at it for a minute. He says,
What does it
the
do
books on the
exactly?
gods. Uh, well, none of us have tried to do anything with it. It's part of our university's history. It was the headmasters. It was
So it's just sitting there to be looked at. It doesn't have any function.
I'm sure it has function.
You just
I-
don't know that function.
While they're talking with him, I want to investigate the book visually.
Roll me an investigation. You can roll me an investigation. He says, no, we set it in here and in its case because we know this is very protected area. And
I see. Well, show me to those books.
yes, right over here. And he turns around and he starts showing you the shelving. There's part of the shelving that you see several books on. Some of them have ages as titles. Some of them have specific names that you recognize of gods and whatnot. Planar. Some of them they kind of shift into a little bit more of a planar information where they start talking about planes of fire and planes of air and planes of earth and things of that nature. There's
And
all
I'll
of these
start
books look old.
talking to him about all kinds of stuff using my previous knowledge of history and religion
Okay.
and basically
Keeping his
keeping him
attention.
distracted
All right. And he will share.
and trying to figure out, okay, what books should I look for? Just
Yeah.
and all I'm looking for is to expand my knowledge, but
Okay.
specifically of the second and third age.
Okay. All righty.
And just kind of using that as an excuse to keep him distracted.
All right.
And I rolled a 21.
You rolled a 21 on your investigation. All right. Looking at the book, it's very weird because as you're glancing at the book, you see every so often, it's like just the light hits it just right that you see words across it, but then it disappears. The words, as you're catching those words, you're seeing that they are these are spells that are in here that you're catching glimpses of, and you're not exactly sure what spells because you can't see them long enough to know what's in there. But it is very, even the spells are written in like gold, which makes the book look like it sparkles. You just happen to catch an arcane word here and an arcane word there that you're just going, okay, these are spells. These aren't just, it's just not sparkly. These are spells that, for whatever reason, don't really hold to the surface of the paper necessarily.
What of the quill?
The quill, you see just every so often, you see the feather kind of flutter just a little bit, like there's a breeze, but there's no breeze in there. It's encased. There's no wind going through there, but you will see it flutter every so often.
Do I see anything? Okay. Do I see if the case has like a lock on it or anything like that, or is it just like encased like over top of it?
It is encased over top of it. Looking down and around the pedestal and whatnot, looking for some kind of locking mechanism, you don't see a locking mechanism.
I'm going to touch the case, the encasement.
All right. You touch the case, and
when I go to touch the case, I'm going to glance up and watch too.
When you touch the case, Roll me a reflex dexterity saving throw. This is what happens when I play Pathfinder and D&D.
Oh, the 14.
14. Not good enough. You are going to take 14 points of lightning damage. And glancing up at watching the top, you take that 14 points of lightning damage and you kind of jerk back, and looking up, they've stopped moving.
They've stopped moving. Do they appear to be focused on me? Can I tell?
They are focused on the center of the room. You can't tell if it's on you or the pedestal because you're right next to each other.
Okay. Because when I took damage, I became visible.
Oh, you became okay. I didn't
Yeah.
realize you would become visible if you took
Yeah, I
damage.
believe once I take damage, I become visible.
I was thinking it was
Yes.
invisible until you cast a spell or
Yeah, I don't think
Or
it's when you take
attack.
damage.
No,
I
it's
don't
when I
think it's-
attack or cast a spell.
okay,
Okay.
so you
Yeah.
are still
Or take an
invisible.
Still
I'm
action.
still invisible. Good. Okay.
I think it's when you take an action, like a hostile action. So I don't know if touching the case would be considered a hostile action.
It's not hostile. Not just touching it. Which is
I'm-
why they
I'm-
haven't dived. It's like, oh, somebody's getting too close.
It's dangerous, but it's not hostile.
Maybe a stupid action, just not a hostile one.
I very, 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 very softly whisper.
To whom?
To
I think
whoever
it's the
might be
communicators.
having a communicator in their ear.
Oh, okay. Okay.
To every-
In other words,
Forgot
to
about this.
everybody with hearing devices. I want to touch the quill. I'm going to reach into my pocket. And I'm going to pull out the despoiler. And I'm going to step back
Okay.
as far as I can without falling over anything.
Okay. I mean, you can get back probably 15 feet. I would say this room is circular and it's about 30 foot in diameter, so it's like 15 feet out away from the cases, the bookcases that circle the room everywhere except for the door that you walked through.
As I hear that, I'll whisper back, "Wait," and I'll look to the professor. I'll say, "I think we have it from here. I don't want to take up any of your time. You can leave now."
Well, I
appreciate your concern. I promise I will not take anything of yours, and I will leave it as I found it. But I require some privacy now.
very well.
And you said your stuff is guarded, so you have nothing to be concerned with.
It's not the stuff I'm concerned with. The books are very fragile. Just be careful. Handle them with care. Do not take them out of the room. Should you need
I will
assistance,
not.
please just ask.
I shall, and I will not take anything out of this room.
oh,
Very
I
well.
didn't say that.
The litigator comes out. All right, I
I know what you're
Professor.
talking about.
I know Professor
What
Thomason
would I
will.
need a book for?
Roll all the insight you'd like.
No, I he has no reason to insight you. He will give you a little nod and say, "I will be outside should you need me."
Thank you.
And he steps out of the room.
And I hand him some coin.
Oh, well, thank you. I will put it to the library's funds.
Very well.
And he will step out. And he makes his way into the library. You're welcome to. He leaves the door open as he walks out and whatnot.
And then once he leaves, I'll move over and I'll kind of nudge the door closed.
All right.
And I'll say over the communicator, so long as this isn't the rash decision you were warned against. He has an idea of Evangeline breaking the glass, which to him is kind of rash. You have an expert in this field if you would like to.
And I'm sure
Try
he
to
would
do
be
so
happy
quietly.
to do it.
Remove the glass casing. Please.
Need some help?
Please.
There is a trap on it, Forsyth, as we saw
I
lightning.
will. I will take a
I
look at
am
it.
readying my despoiler for the floaty things at the
I'm-
top of the room.
Pulling
Let's
my
just hope they're
sword.
affected by it.
All right.
I'm just standing there.
I'm going
you
to pull
won't
my
need that
sword and basically get between them and her the best I can.
Okay.
I'm gonna search for traps. And,
All right.
And then unlock it.
All right. Roll me your investigation for searching for traps.
18.
18. Okay. As you're kind of looking around, you see that the case itself is sitting on a line. And you follow those lines around to where you see just under the edge of the book, you see a sigil. Those lines are all going toward the edge of that sigil. You know they're triggered by touch,
Right.
as proven.
Okay. How heavy is this book?
The book itself, it looks pretty decent. Like I'm talking like family Bible size. It's what it looks like on this pedestal.
We
I'm
just
wondering if I
need the
can move
case
that
off.
without touching it.
I don't know, but it's encased with glass at the moment.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
only thing
all
she
right.
really needs is the case open so she can get the nib.
All right.
But
I
touching the
will,
case have activated the trap.
I will attempt without using just. Let me see what I have in my.
I
I
can
have
attempt to spell it.
I have mage hand. Does anybody
Yeah,
else have mage hand?
Yeah, maybe. I think.
Let me check. Yeah, I don't have mage hand.
I do, but mage
I
hand
do
is
have it.
like 10 pounds, I think.
Yeah,
Can
Or
can
5
our
pounds.
5 pounds.
will the DM allow our mage hands to work
Oh
in
no, it is 10
conjunction?
pounds.
It's still considered touching, so it's going to activate the
Still
trap.
touching, but
Right, but it's
but yeah,
attacking
there
the
is a
mage hand
distribution
instead
of
of
weight.
us.
Which it
That's
would.
okay.
Right, but it would dispel. It would destroy the hands.
Maybe.
They have physical form.
What are you
So-
thinking, Forsyth?
I'm thinking would using a dagger to lift it set it off.
Actually, wait a minute. I just had a thought.
Um,
Thought. What if we cast our mage hand inside the case?
That'd be interesting.
Because we can see
You
it.
would.
The case is going to protect the mage hands from getting hit by the lightning.
But you don't have line of effect.
Let
I was
me,
reading up on that after last couple sessions ago. You can cast it where you can't see it, but you have to have line of effect.
No, we can see it. That's the thing.
But you don't
Let
have
me
line of
ask one
effect
question.
because of the glass.
This is an interesting question for this level. Is there enough room for air to go under the glass?
There is not at the moment. It is sitting
say-
directly on the thing. And to
I
your
do-
point as to if you could use a dagger, it all depends exactly what kind of trap this is. Was it triggered from specifically touch, or was it triggered from the pressure, which
Right.
would cause from the movement? Was it specifically touch because it was biological matter? Was it so it all
That's-
depends on the trap itself, which you have run across several traps in your day. So
Right. Do I know what kind this is?
I'm gonna cast a spell
roll
if
me
we don't figure
intelligence.
something out.
Roll me, and I will let you either choose investigation or history. Either way, Forsyth.
Okay. Well, we go with investigation because
Okay.
and that's only a 10.
I can dispel the magic if you
Okay.
guys would like to attempt that. That being
That
said,
might
I have a
s-
feeling that as soon as that
It's going to
magic
set off
is,
an alarm.
well,
Yeah.
I think the alarm is Forsyth. I point up. Do you see that?
And what am I looking at?
The ceiling.
The ceiling.
Yeah, I see the ceiling.
Do you see something other than the ceiling? Something very glaringly standing out.
Forsyth, eat your cookie.
Ah,
I'm pretty sure you're hungry.
okay.
I sense your
I guess-
tumbly rumbly.
I guess I'll snack on a cookie.
You snack on a cookie after a few seconds. You finish your cookie, and a few seconds later, yeah, there are 4 shadows swirling at the top of the ceiling.
Ah,
Can we
so
tell at all what
if I
those are?
remove this glass, we're going to get attacked.
Can I tell at all what those things are?
Roll me a history.
History?
It would have to be something that you've read about, because you haven't actually.
Well,
come
I've read a
across
lot
it.
of stuff.
I know.
How about a 30?
Holy shnikes.
I rolled a natural 20.
These are what are known, as far as your reading goes, to be known as shadow guards.
Okay.
They are not able to be seen by the naked eye. They are invisible. And they are best to guard interior rooms or underground vaults and things of that nature. They are usually called upon to guard those type of areas. They are.
Do you have a problem with sunlight?
You don't know, but the name is Shadow Guard.
Hey, does anyone know a spell that can get a light as bright as sunlight? Like maybe a daylight spell?
I do not.
Let's see, what do I have? I have lightning.
Oh, what happened to your camera, Joe?
I'm working on
Yeah,
fixing it right
okay.
now.
I think lightning is the
enough of that.
closest I have to that.
Lightning's not going to necessarily be, I think, what we need.
If you light it out right in the middle of them.
Right, but I think it needs to be more long term than that. A daylight spell would have been nice. Because daylight spell wouldn't risk any damage to any books in here.
Right.
And I'm not interested in doing any damage to the library or even these creatures necessarily. Just to make them not attack us.
Isn't this the Order of Truth's library?
No, this
No,
is the university.
The university.
Library.
Oh, the university. Okay, I was gonna say if this is the Order of Truth's library.
Oh no, if it was
after
the
what
Order
they've
of
done
Truth,
to-
I'd be like, let's kill them all. I mean,
Let's stick a thing in.
did I say that out loud?
Yeah, but nobody heard.
Yeah.
Because these creatures are what did you call them? Shadow warriors?
Shadow Guards.
Shadow guards.
And they, from what you've read, they're
Uh,
effective.
They're
just-
dangerous, but they tend to stick to indoors and
And-
dark areas.
And just so
time
that
is it?
everybody knows, when I did touch
It is about 7.
the glass,
Probably about an hour before sunset.
I took lightning damage.
Right, so they might be immune to lightning damage. Or resisted or something.
I'm trying to think. Got to be something here.
I mean, I know there are plenty of ways we could do this. Darn.
I'm getting impatient.
Well,
Nobody can
try
tell
to
because
cast
they
the
can't
spell.
see me.
What
You're
about
becoming rash? Is that what it is?
we could give them something else to attack?
I'm
other
gonna
than
try.
us?
I'm gonna try something, and
Well,
I
I
don't
could-
know that it'll work
I could summon a fae.
because of but I can see it. I'm gonna try to vortex warp.
Does vortex warp work on a creature or object, or just creature?
I don't know.
Read it.
And I don't know because I don't know. I saw that quill moving and the words are coming and going. I don't know how much life is actually in them. Another creature you can see within range.
But even an intelligent object is not considered a creature.
Yeah. You are not. If it's creature, it will
Well,
not work.
that's what it says on here. But
Okay.
you know how D&D Beyond goes.
Well,
It
yeah.
doesn't tell the whole truth.
Not always. That is true. Not always. Whole
What do you mean?
truth and nothing but the truth. It gives you snippets as opposed to the full, like, what does
Right.
the spell actually do?
Oh, I thought you were looking at the full spell.
No, she's looking at just on her spell list.
Yeah, it's another creature you can see. The target must succeed. Da 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 da. Yeah, it's a creature. Looking at the full spell.
Okay. So yeah, you would have to do it with a creature. So if you cast Vortex Warp, you will become visible and nothing happens because it is not a creature.
Well, then instead of doing that, I'm going to walk over to it.
Okay.
I'm going to pull my great sword out.
Okay.
I'm going to see if it'll slide under the edge.
Your great sword is a little big. You will have to, like,
I don't care. I just want the
really
glass.
finagle it. I was gonna say the dagger that Forsyth was thinking about sliding in there will slide in there easier.
I don't have a dagger.
I do, and I can lift it, but
But right now
Actually-
they can't see me right now.
That's true.
okay.
But
I'm
you're in
pretty
the room by yourself. You can mention, say, okay, do
Yeah.
it, lift it.
I'm
whatever.
pretty sure they can't see me, so see if you can
If you
flip
can
it.
open it, if you can open it, I can slip in there.
See if you can get the dagger under the edge.
I will go ahead and slide the dagger under the edge and lift it
All
for
right. You slide the dagger under the edge. I will need you to roll me a reflex
initiative. Oh,
saving
Dex
throw.
save.
Or sorry,
Dexterity saving.
dexterity saving throw. Man, playing two systems at the same time is really screwing me up here.
11.
11. Okay. That is a fail.
Not mine.
You are going to take 11 points of lightning damage,
What are
And I-
those shadows
problem.
doing?
and I need everybody to roll initiative.
All right.
Because touching
I
it
know
is
was
one
gonna
thing,
happen.
trying to lift it
Oh.
is something totally different.
6.18.
I'm guessing we're going to Owlbear. Or are we
I
doing Theater
don't
of the
have
Mind?
it prepared in
Okay.
Owlbear, but I can throw it in
Okay.
Owlbear if you'd like
No,
me to.
no. We'll, Theater of the Mind
No,
works
it's
for
fine.
me.
Okay. All right. Fix.
I'm trying to find it because I don't know what my bonus is. So give me 1 second. It's probably not going to be very high because I rolled a 3 on the dice.
That's slow for you.
Yeah, oh, yep, 3. I have no bonus to
You
initiative.
have no bonus to initiative.
Me
Good
either.
enough.
10.
Evangeline.
19.
Wow. Okay. Fix, you take that damage, and y'all are
Fix?
prepared for this.
Foresight.
Oh,
Or sorry, Forsyth. You
I was
take
like,
that
I'm
damage.
taking no damage.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Forsyth, you take the damage. All of you are kind of prepared for this. You know something's going to happen. All of them are going to start to descend down on Forsyth at first, of course, because he's the threat to the item. Evangeline, though, you are first.
I'm going to attack with my despoiler. That's an 18 to hit.
18 will hit.
That's 13 points of force damage.
13 points of force damage. You see one of them kind of get pushed back up toward the ceiling just a little bit from the force. It does seem to be effective.
And my other dice was a 12.
12 misses.
Oh, no.
Oh. The other dice for what?
My other dice to see what happens. Oh, I do get 2 attacks per action. Okay, is my force onslaught with the despoiler considered magic or melee or whatever? Do I get 2 or just 1?
Just 1.
Okay.
It is your action to do that. It is just 1.
Okay, because I have 2 attacks per round.
Gotcha. Yeah, your despoiler would be just 1.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And the other roll was to make sure it doesn't like implode
Gotcha.
on me.
Yeah, it did not implode on you. What about Buckley? We totally forgot about Buckley going through here. This is going to be a very tight room for you 5 creatures.
Did Buckley get in here with us? Like, did you cast invisibility and like, how does that work?
I only cast invisibility on myself.
Yeah.
For the sake, allowed this in. Sorry, go ahead, Rhonda.
For the sake of what we did, probably Buckley is still at the Trinston estate.
Okay, so you told him to stay there. Okay.
Because we were just going to go see the seer.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Originally.
All right. So that was your turn. These guys, 3 of them are going to attack Forsyth. That is a 15 and a 10.
Nope.
Okay.
That would be our flat-footed, right?
And the other one is 10. No, there is no flat-footed in D&D.
I'm having the same problem that you're having.
Right. The other one is going to fly down to Evangeline and only try to hit you with a 13. I don't know what your AC is. Okay. Suddenly I started rolling low. All right.
I'm gonna try something crazy.
Kadeth.
All right. Can I use my action to cast Armor of Agathis on myself first?
Okay.
And then could I use my bonus action to basically push the or grab onto the glass box basically?
Sure. I'll allow that.
You're going to take the
I'm doing it on
Trap.
purpose.
Okay.
Yep.
Dexterity saving throw.
Okay, that's fine. 16.
16. You're going to take 20 points of lightning damage.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
rolled high on that one, surprisingly. But you are grabbing a hold of that.
Well, that leaves me with 5 temporary hit points, which is what I needed. I
Okay.
just needed some left.
Okay. All right. You're holding the box. That brings us to Forsyth.
Ah, okay. New shape.
Okay. Oh, what
Air,
shape? What is
air
it?
elemental.
Air elemental. Wow. All right. You see Forsyth's form just kind of shift and almost disappear, and you see a swirling air, basically a column of air in its place.
Okay, and I have 3 of them next to me,
You do.
and nobody else.
Well, Kadeth is standing on the opposite
That's
side of the
probably-
case of you, so he's
Yeah,
like within
that's
10 feet.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah.
Right. This is each creature in the elemental space.
Oh, okay. Nope. This is just the 3, because you
All right.
you take up a 10-foot square now, right?
We are doing a whirlwind.
Are
All
you,
right.
Are you large?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's
Then
large.
it's 3 by 3.
Oh, I thought it was 2 by 2 for large.
3 by 3.
Let me double check that
No,
because
large is 2 by 2.
I think
huge
huge
is
is
3 by
3 by
3.
3.
Are you confused with another system again?
Probably. Sizing. Small is 1 square, large is 2 by 2.
Okay. Every mini that I've gotten that is for large is 3 by 3.
Well, then they're missizing.
Unless
Okay, so the
I
3 of
could
them
just
need
be
to
out of my
make
mind.
Well,
DC
that could be too.
Always a possibility.
What is
DC
it?
13 strength throw.
Strength. Oh, this could be bad. That is a 12 and a 13
13 saves, so that's
and
only
a 4.
okay. So the failures take 19, and the other one takes 9.
Okay. Failure 19
Oh,
and
hold on.
9.
That's not the end of it.
All right.
Okay, the failures are let's see. That's bludgeoning
What-
damage, by the way.
Okay.
And they're both
That's
flung
works.
up to 20 feet away in a random direction and knocked prone.
Okay.
If it hits an object such as a wall, floor, or target, it takes
Bookshelf.
another 4 points of damage. By the way, if it hits
Okay.
one of my compatriots, they also take 4 points of damage.
Well, let me roll. Okay, no, it is going to miss Kadeth, but one of them flies by Kadeth and will hit the wall because it's 20 feet. You said?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll hit the wall.
So there's another 4 points.
Near the door,
So
and
that's 23.
and the other one gets flung the opposite direction and hits the wall as well.
We're having some fun now.
That brings us to Fix. So there's one kind of by the door. There's one opposite of that across the room. so they're across the room from each other. One is kind of in the space of the air elemental still because he saved his throw. And then there's one that's come down on Evangeline.
Okay. Hmm.
The room is a 30-foot diameter circular room, just so you know. So everything's going to be within reach of some movement and reach or
Okay.
spell range. Everything's going to be in range, pretty much.
What do we know about these things? I guess is my question.
I know quite a bit.
Kadeth shared that they are usually guarding interior rooms and underground vaults and caverns. Basically they don't guard things that are in the light.
They like darkness.
They like darkness.
Do we know of like their special abilities, anything like that? Like, how much information did we get?
You know that in Kadeth's reading, because he got a 30, that's ridiculous. In Kadeth's reading, you will know that these guys, if they're in the light, they become vulnerable. If they're in bright light or daylight, they become vulnerable to damage. They can pass through walls,
Mm-hmm.
but they are loyal to a fault. That's what makes them good guardians. It's regardless of their own lives or existence on the material world. They will guard what they have been given to guard. They are
Okay.
territorial.
Are we the
in
only
essence.
creatures close to the only people close to the book at this point?
Yeah, all of you are within 15 feet of the book.
I'm really
And
close to it because I'm
Kadeth
holding
is
on to the
holding on
glass.
to it at the moment.
But where are they? Are they all flung around?
Yeah,
outside of that?
they're pretty much flung around.
Well, one's close by, right?
Well, two of them are technically close by because one of
Oh,
them's on Forsyth and one of them's on Evangeline, and they were
And-
both looking at
And
the trying to.
when Forsyth grabbed the glass, and the book and the quill are actually in the glass.
And yes, one of them is on Evangeline, even though she is still invisible. Actually, no, she's
I'm not invisible. I
You
cast
attacked.
a spell.
That's
Yeah, I
right.
attacked.
Never mind.
Okay. I just realized a lot of my spells just do psychic damage. The ones that do damage.
I mean, you can try.
Well, it's not so much that.
Or you can do something to help Kadeth get this off the podium.
How heavy was this glass? Did we get an idea of it when Forsyth was trying to lift it? Did it look like he was struggling with it?
He got the knife kind of up under it. It was pretty heavy. Kadeth's holding it right now, but
I haven't necessarily lifted it real far or anything, but
Never did answer me. Is the book and the quill inside the glass still?
Yes.
So it's
Yeah.
completely encased.
Yes.
for the
Because that
moment,
makes a difference on what Evangeline's going to do next.
Oh yeah, no, it's
Only-
completely encased at this
only
time.
until my turn.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to kind of. Yeah, I'll cast at 3rd level Dispel Magic. Let me know if I need to roll
Okay.
on the pedestal.
On the pedestal. Okay, so the sigil that was pointed out by Forsyth?
Yeah.
Okay. Dispel Magic, you're casting it at what level?
3rd.
3rd. Yes, you will need to roll.
All right, and that is. What is that again? That's not spell attack. That
is your spell ability modifier.
Okay.
Is added to the roll.
All right. So that's 14, 18.
18.
So unless it's yeah.
Nice. Okay. You will cast a spell and you will see that sigil kind of flare very quickly and then seem to go inert. Kadeth, you don't feel the shocking anymore.
And
just
then
so you know.
just going to use my movement and just run through it. And try to knock over the pedestal.
You're gonna knock over the pedestal?
Try to just so that Kadath doesn't have to lift it. It is free for somebody to take.
Okay.
If I run into the wall and hurt myself, then I hurt myself. But right now he's just.
I was gonna lift the pedestal or the glass out of the way on my turn.
Yeah, he's got a hold of the glass.
Okay. Then I will just
I'm standing
leave it
right
at
there.
And kind of look and shrug and say, well, so much for not destroying the library. And look at Forsyth.
All right. All right. Now you can move over there and aid in lifting the glass if you want to, or whatever. That's up to you.
I think Kadath has it.
Okay. All right. Going back to the top then, it's Evangeline's turn. You have 1 on you.
I am going to.
That's what I look like.
It looks mournful. Oh.
I'm going to pull out my hand axe.
Okay.
I'm going to take a swing at this thing that's on me.
Okay.
Actually, I'll take 2 swings because that's a full action.
Okay. Swing, swing.
First swing is a natural 20.
Nice. That will hit.
That's 12 points of
Max
slash
damage plus that.
Yep.
12 slashing.
12 slashing
All right.
on the first roll.
Okay. Seems to be effective. Second.
Prior to taking her second swing, she looks at Kadath and looks at the box. And she swings for a 17.
Just hits.
For 7 more points of damage.
All right. He is starting to look a little wobbly in his form.
And I will use what little movement it takes to move to the box.
Okay, that's like literally a step. You're not even going to leave his melee range.
Okay.
So, that brings us to him, who is
in
going.
case Kadath didn't get the hint. My next swing with my axe is going to be the box.
Ooh.
Box won't be there by your next turn, hopefully.
Yep. He swings back at you with his shadowy tendril for a dirty 20 to hit you.
Okay.
For 10 points of necrotic damage. And you are grappled. Weirdest thing to be grappled by a shadow, but you are grappled by a shadow. One of them is going to attempt to attack the air elemental, and that's going to fail miserably because that was a 9. One of them, the one from the door, is going to fly forward. Yeah, is going to fly forward and attack you, Kadeth. That's a 15 to hit.
That misses.
That misses. And the fourth one is going to fly up to Fix and attempt to hit Fix. And that was a 6 to hit. Yeah, I went downhill from
What
there
you talking
really
about?
rapidly.
I ain't touched the thing. Why are you
No,
coming
but
at me, bro?
you dispelled the magic.
I was hoping it would hit me.
Did
'Cause
he
it would
roll an
hurt.
Arcana check to know what I did?
I think he's a little aware.
I was kind of
I
hoping it
didn't
would
say
hit me.
perception.
You
I
know.
said Arcana.
27 cold if it hits me.
Oh, dang. All right.
Or 25, sorry.
That brings us to Kadeth. And
All right.
Forsyth, you're on deck.
I'm going to lift the
Deck
the
finish.
glass up off there,
Okay.
and I'm not going to try and break it, but I'm going to set it on the floor
Okay.
and
All right.
say, Evangeline, grab it, and then I'm going to like essentially bull rush the shadow that's holding her.
Okay.
Like no weapon in hand or anything.
You're just
I'm
gonna
assuming
shoulder
like
check him
putting
in
that thing
essence.
down was essentially my action, but
Yeah. Then your movement will.
yeah.
All right.
I'm just essentially hoping that me running into it helps her get away from it quicker
Okay.
or easier.
So you're gonna try to aid in her escape in essence if she escapes the grasp. Okay. All right. Then I will allow that. All right. That brings us to Forsyth.
Okay, first I'm going to recharge, or try to recharge.
Okay.
Let's see.
I believe it's a 5 or 6. It's a D6 and on a
It's
5
4
or
to
6.
actually.
Oh, it's 4 to 6. Wow. Okay.
So let's see. I got a 6.
Sweet. So it does recharge.
Yeah, but I'm going to go ahead and just do 2 slam attacks against this one that's on me right now.
Okay.
So let's see. That's +8. A 25 to hit.
25 hits.
And we'll slam it again for a 20 to hit.
All right.
So
Both hits.
let's see. That's
Fix,
first
you're on
hit
deck.
was 13 points.
All right.
And the second hit is for 10 points. Yuck.
All right. They are looking.
That's
Well,
bludgeoning, magical
yeah.
bludgeoning.
That one is looking a little wobbly in its form.
Right.
That brings us to Fix. Evangeline, you're on deck.
How many?
There's all 4 of them are still here. One on Forsyth, one is grappling Evangeline, one near Kadeth because he didn't have to step very far in order to try to aid Evangeline in escaping, and one on you.
And you said this is just like a 30-foot area?
Yeah, 30-foot diameter, circular room with the pedestal in the center.
Yeah, that's a 30-foot cube. Don't think I'm going to be able to not get myself in that.
That would hit all of us.
Yeah, but then I could go wake you up. But if it didn't hit me, but it does. I don't know that I want to use a 5th level spell yet. So, the one in front of me.
Yeah.
I will move away from it so you can do your attack of opportunity.
Probably fail. Yep, that was an 11.
And then a 23 to hit with Firebolt.
All right, that hits.
All right. For 16 points of fire damage.
16 points. All right, its form is also starting to wobble.
And
People's wobble, they don't fall down.
I can't think of
yeah,
wobbles without thinking of have you been served?
You mean, are you being
Oh.
served?
Or are you being served? Yeah.
Yeah. Love that show.
and then I will just kind of find a bookshelf and lean against it.
Oh, okay. All right. Say, come at me, bro. All right. Evangeline, you are up.
I'm going to try to attempt to break free of this grapple.
Okay. Roll me. It can be acrobatics or athletics with advantage because Kadeth is there trying to aid
They're
you in that.
exactly the same for me, and I got a 19.
All right. You are going to successfully break that grapple.
And I'm going to reach for that glass case and pick it up.
The
Are you going
case
for
or
the case
the
You're
or
going to
the
pick up
quill
the case that's on the
or
floor.
the book?
Kadeth already removed the case.
I thought you said the book was in the case. Or is
It
the
was.
book
At the
still
time
on
it
the
was.
pedestal? Okay.
Yes.
See, I'm trying to ask a question. I thought that it was over the book. And then I asked, is it enclosed in the case completely? And you
No.
told me yes.
It's just
Oh.
it was more that it was a cover.
It was
The glass
more like
was a cover on top.
My
In that
apologies.
case, I'm going to grab the quill in one hand and
Okay.
reach for the book in
All
the
right.
other.
Okay, you're going to successfully pick both of those up. All right, you pick those up. That brings us to their turn. You've picked up the quill and the book. One on you is going to try to attack you again. Oh, look at that. 19 to hit. I'm assuming that hits you, Evangeline. Okay. That is 4 points of necrotic damage. That was a lousy roll. The one that was on Kadeth is switching targets to you, Evangeline. That's a dirty 20 to hit. That is 9 points of necrotic damage. The one that was attacking Fix, which Fix moved away from, is also changing focus to Evangeline. That's a 16 hit you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That is 4 points of necrotic damage. And the one that's kind of caught up in Forsyth is just going to try to hit Forsyth again. Ooh, maybe 17 to hit.
Actually, that would hit.
Hey. And for your air elemental, if it's not immune to it, 7 points of necrotic damage.
I don't think
I don't
it's
think it
immune
is.
to necrotic. It's no necrotic is not on its resistances. Or
Okay. All right.
7 points.
So 7 points.
We can take that.
Yeah, an air elemental has a pretty chunk.
90. That's 90.
Yeah.
It's the lowest of the elementals.
Yeah.
That in the water.
That brings us to Kadeth.
All right.
Three of these shadow guards just converged on Evangeline.
Good. I'm assuming 2 of them are within 5 feet of each other.
Oh yes, all 3 of them are really
Good.
within 5 feet of each other.
Then sort out whichever one's closest to me. Casting green flame blade, and I'm attacking the closest one
Okay. This one's still on 4 seconds.
for what is it? 24 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, so that one takes 11 regular damage from the sword plus 3 fire damage.
Okay.
Then the next closest one is going to take, oh really? 5 fire damage.
5 fire damage.
With green flame blade, the second creature doesn't. It's not rolled damage. It's just
Yes,
your
it is.
spell casting modifier.
It's rolled because I'm higher level. It increases by D8 at 5th level.
Oh, that's right. Yours is automatically. Gotcha.
Because it's a
Forgot
cantrip.
about. Yeah.
Is that your turn?
Yep.
You only attack once?
Yeah, because because it's part of
'cause
casting the spell, basically.
Okay, gotcha. That brings us to Forsyth. Fix, you're on deck.
Okay, Forsyth is going to finish off the one that's on him. He's going to slam attack that.
All right.
A 13 to hit.
13 misses.
Yeah, I thought it might. That's why we have 2 attacks. 27 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, that is 1 short of max. Unfortunately, 1 short. But 19 points of bludgeoning damage.
That is just enough. You're going to slam attack that shadow, and you're going to stomp it out where you just all the way down to the ground, and it disappears.
And then I'm going to move over to the ones that are affecting Evangeline.
All right. That brings us to Fix.
One of the ones that is on Evangeline, I will cast a firebolt at.
All right.
I don't think an 8 is going to hit.
No, it is not. That brings us back to the top, unless there's something else you want to do, Fix.
It's a small room. I don't need to move.
All right. That brings us back to the top with Evangeline.
Okay. I'm going to take this quill.
Okay.
And I'm going to across my palm of my hand.
You're going to stab your hand. All right.
I'm going to with the nib.
Okay. It's fast ink. All right.
And I'm going to place it to the paper.
Okay.
To the page on the book.
Okay.
Is that a full action?
Yes, that will be a full action. You've essentially attacked yourself successfully and placed the pen to the page. You're gonna see the ink, well, the blood, now start to pull onto the page, and it seems to be fanning out to fill in. It almost looks like it's running to fill in divots. And you can start to see words appearing on the page. It's not an immediate thing, but you see it filling.
It's starting to fill. As a bonus action, I am going to do expeditious retreat.
Okay. You are going to do you
And I'm
expeditious retreat.
and I'm moving towards the door.
All right. You are going to get to the door. 15 to hit you. What is your
15
AC?
hits. My
Okay.
AC is 14.
Okay, that one's a 22 and a 19. Dang. We're
Expeditious
successfully
retreat.
hitting you.
I thought they couldn't hit
Oh
her.
wait, yeah, expeditious retreat. Does that evoke an
There's
attack
no
of
reaction.
opportunity?
Oh, yeah, because there's a bonus action.
You can take the dash action,
It's the dash action.
which
I would have to
Would.
look up.
Actually, there's a spell, Expeditious Retreat.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
the spell.
when you cast a
And-
spell, and then as a bonus action on each of your turns after the initial, so you can do it as a bonus action,
Yes.
but you used your bonus action to cast the
Oh,
spell.
To cast
yeah,
the spell.
so you can't move yet.
Yeah.
Okay. You can't move yet.
Well, she
All
can
right.
move, she just can't dash.
I can't use my dash action. I can
Use your
move.
dash action.
Yeah.
You can just move. Are you
And-
moving?
Dash isn't going to keep you from the attacks either. It's disengage that does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are
Yes,
you moving?
I'm moving towards the door.
Okay,
Yes.
all three of them are hitting you for a total of 11 points of necrotic damage. You are going to make it to the door. It is their turn. They are going
I'm
to
still
give.
there.
Yes, they are. They are going to give chase. Kadeth, I think you're muted, or at least it looked like you tried to talk and then nothing came through.
I did try to talk a couple times.
Okay. Okay.
So they're not attacking me at all?
No, they are.
We get attack of opportunities.
If they walk away, yeah.
Yeah.
They're
yeah,
following me.
Yeah, the three are following her. So, yes, Kadeth, you have an attack of opportunity. Forsyth, you will have an attack of opportunity on one of them because of the way they were arranged kind of around her.
Right.
And Fix, you were out of range. You were not in melee range.
18 on the one I have
18 will hit.
for 11.
11. Okay, that one's going to go. You slice through it and you see it's almost like a cloud, a disbursement of a cloud. It's just shadow figure that just poof, and it disappears.
23 for 14.
23 for 14. 11. Yep, that one is going to poof and disappear as well. So there is only one that successfully reaches you, Evangeline. It is, where is my D20? There it is. That is only a 13 to hit. It misses you. You can't believe you're making it out of here. You reach the door. Just as the door begins to open. The door opens, and you see Professor Tomlinson standing at the door.
Dang it. I was
With
hoping we'd be able to get out before you got back.
A look of concern.
He never left.
Well, I mean,
He
before
didn't
he
really
opened the
leave.
door.
Yeah. With a look of concern on his face, he does nothing, but he opens the door and he sees you. He sees.
He's in shock.
No, he doesn't see the shadow. He sees you. And he's got a look of shock for seeing you, and you look disheveled, quite disheveled, and a little pale. And
and I got burn marks, and I'm bleeding.
yes, and you're bleeding, and you have quill and book in hand. He is very shocked. That brings us to Kadeth.
Let's see. You check something since he foiled my original plan by opening the door. So
Hey, I rolled for how many rounds it would take for him to get there.
that's fine.
Okay. Nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, that ain't really gonna help. Okay. Yeah, what I was gonna do isn't gonna really help. So I'll just go ahead and from his point of view, attack the air next to Evangeline.
Yes. That
He's
won't be what he
attacking
sees.
Evangeline. Not very well, but he's
Not
attacking
very well.
Evangeline.
Well, I'm going to make sure that I'm like going to the side so that it looks like I'm attacking something behind you.
Okay. All right. So you move over to the side to kind of swipe down behind her.
Yeah.
So take your swing.
So that it appears that I'm protecting her, not attacking her. A 19 on one
That'll hit.
and a 15
That one will.
on the second. What?
The second one misses.
Bummer.
Yeah.
For 12 damage.
12 damage. Not quite enough to knock it out, but it is losing its form rather rapidly. That brings us to Forsyth, who
Go
is now
Forsyth.
an
Go
air
Forsyth.
elemental, which Tomlinson's like, what the is going on?
It's okay. I move at 90.
Oh, geez. You're
Lightning
going to make
speed.
it there.
You can make it.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it there, and I'm gonna slam it.
All right, slam it.
Let me try the second slam.
You're still getting
Oh, it's
used
a
to this
10 with
form.
+8. You know, a 22
That hits.
for 19 points of bludgeoning.
All right.
bludgeoning.
You're gonna manage to slam it down, and so these things are gone. I will allow you, if you'd like. Well, Fix, you're next. What is your plan? You see the fourth one get dispersed. The door is open. Tomlinson is standing at the door, totally like in shock. Evangeline is bleeding and burned and pale, and I have no idea how much damage I've done to her.
Well, I started off at 83 and I'm down to 31.
You're fine though.
I'm
You will be.
okay, but I look a little rough.
I still have max hit points +5 temporary because they never attacked me.
They are guardians,
Well,
and now you know why.
Right, but I tried to get them to attack me and it didn't work.
Well, you weren't the one taking the book.
Well, I was hoping that me grabbing the box would be good enough for them to attack me at that point, but then they didn't.
The
Or
box
only
is
one
the book.
did. Right, before I lifted
Right.
it. I mean,
Gotcha.
Right.
And they
Um,
really started attacking me when I actually took the quill in the book.
yeah, that's when
And
they went.
so far,
really
I don't
crazy.
think we actually destroyed anything in the library.
Nope.
And
Nothing but
nothing
them.
has left the library.
I'm pretty
Although there's
sure
some
that the
bumps
air
into the wall.
elemental has messed up a lot of the delicate books.
The book
He did
orders.
warn us there were delicate books.
Surprisingly enough, they are still on their shelf and looking pretty okay. Since you have not actually removed a book, they are all protecting each other, basically. It's like books
They're
next to
good.
each other aren't
the-
going to get disheveled by wind.
Right,
There's
but
safety in numbers.
There's safety in numbers.
the shadows
close.
hitting the bookshelves didn't cause any damage.
Oh, they can go through them. In essence,
Oh, I thought they took
could go
damage
through
from
them. They did take damage from it, but they didn't knock anything.
Okay. Vix will just look to the professor and shrug. I didn't touch anything.
I'm
And then he's just gonna walk out.
Oh.
I'm gonna fly out.
I was gonna say I'm gonna like while we're still standing there, just say green tree, go to the house. That's all I'm saying.
And I will
Wait, who's
fly up
Oh.
and out and go to the house.
All right.
Using his less known last name.
known name.
gotcha.
Yeah, no one knows that.
I know it, but that's probably about it.
Well, it's written here, so
Right. But would the other two characters even know it?
Probably
I don't
not.
think so.
Well-
I think you've just introduced yourself as Forsyth.
And unless you said it over the comms, Fix was already out of the room, so
All right.
But I'm going to be
you will,
flying at 90. So.
yeah, you will feel an air elemental kind of just fly by you because he's
I'm gonna go
He's
to a
flying.
table.
okay. Professor Tomlinson is totally disheveled.
And I'm gonna look at the book.
Professor Tomlinson will follow you at this point.
And I'm walking out the room and pulling the door shut behind me.
Just gonna ignore that
She,
room.
she can handle herself.
You're looking at the book. Professor Tomlinson will come up to you and say, Evangeline, what are you doing?
Reading.
I told you this was sensitive.
Do my best.
It still is.
I'm gonna reach into my bag of holding and find the card. I want specifically the card with the library on it. Can I call
Okay.
one card?
You
Yep,
sure can.
I do it all the time.
I'm gonna call that card. That one
All right.
card.
The
Call
Vizier.
that card.
I'm gonna lay the book out on the table.
All right.
I'm holding the quill
Okay.
with a bloody hand.
With a bloody-
I'm gonna pull the card and I'm gonna lay it beside the book.
Okay. You see on the card, I actually think I described the pen as having an obtainium nib
Yes.
on the card. You are holding the quill, seeing the card, and holding the quill, seeing words starting to appear on the page, which is indeed a spell. And as you're watching, you're seeing the card, the quill and the book are fading. It still looks like it's in the library, but the quill and the book are fading. And as you kind of glance back to the book, you're going to see the gold filigree on the book itself is dissipating. It is no longer going to be golden. There is some black ink on it that has some cool designs and whatnot, but it is black ink. It's not gold anymore. And as you're looking at the swan quill, the nib is turning from gold to obsidian. Obsidian. I did it again.
Yeah.
Obtainium.
Obtainium.
Too much Minecraft.
Too much Minecraft. I play too much. All right.
Minecraft and Pathfinder.
No doubt. It's turning to obtainium. You do see that this looks like a spell. You don't recognize the spell, not right offhand, or at least, I mean, it's laid out like a spell would normally be laid out, but you don't really recognize it as being a spell. Roll me an insight check.
I rolled a natural 20.
Nice.
I can't even.
My insight sucks.
All right. As you're kind of sitting there, Tomlinson's kind of yipping. His voice kind of fades to the background. You kind of have tuned him out at this point. And as you're sitting there, and you're looking at this, these words start to swim a little bit as you're watching it.
I put on my readers. Oh.
Yeah, right. I didn't know I had dyslexia. The words start to swim a little bit, and as they're swimming, they start to form new words and something you can understand. You're not. You were pretty sure they were just arcane words, probably of elven nature before, but now you're able to read them very easily in common. And what it says on the page is this is the book of Denier. Those who are chosen use wisely.
Denier.
Denier. Dinner. Somebody say
Denier. Defar. Whoever you are.
Denier to Umdira.
Far. Duet. Where you are.
Oh, no.
Denier. It's written right here on my paper.
It's written right here.
The Book of Dinner.
You start to hear some
The
commotion.
cookbook.
Fix. No, you're walking out of the library, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Okay.
probably not too far out, but I'm
Okay.
I'm
You
probably at
staying
the
with
doors.
Evangeline.
okay? As you're
Huh?
walking out, you're gonna see the librarian kind of messing around on her desk, trying to find some papers, and she's getting ready to head into the library.
I'll look at her and I'd suggest you stay.
But there is commotion.
It's
Professor
fine.
Tomlinson is in there.
He's fine. You will need to summon more guards. The professor is fine. Your artifact has been chosen to have a new owner. Not by powers beyond yours or mine. Everything is fine. Sit down. Have a cup of tea.
Have a cookie.
And I'll give her and I'll give her and I'll take the cookie out and I'll hand it to her and have a cookie.
Roll me a persuasion.
Look at you like, what? Why would I have a cookie?
What?
That's a 27. I rolled.
Oh,
Holy
jeez.
crap. She goes, okay, and she takes the cookie and she sits down at her desk.
Do you know who I am?
Well, yes, you're one of the you're of the Trinson family.
Any damages? Send us the bill.
Okay. You see her get a little bit more relaxed. Okay.
And after that, we should sit down and talk about us funding you a new wing.
Okay.
Now she's really relaxed.
Okay.
Not sure why you're telling me that, but okay.
All right. Okay.
Although that wing is fine, but
Well, not a new wing like that, but like an additional wing.
An
Oh,
additional
yeah.
wing.
the
Yeah.
Trinson
More
wing.
like the Trinston.
The wing.
Yes.
Yes.
The Trinson wing. All right. She will say, okay then. I will have my people call your people. I'll have the head of the library give your family a
Wonderful.
call. And may I ask
No.
your name? I
Tofik,
mean,
Trinston.
Tofik. Okay.
Yes.
Trinson.
And I'll extend my hand to her.
She'll shake your hand. It's a pleasure.
Sorry, buzzer.
Yeah. All right. And she will continue in conversation with you as long as you stick around.
Yeah, he'd stay a little bit and
Okay.
converse with her. I don't know, like, is she human?
Keep her calm.
She cute. Well, I mean,
I didn't say is she
Yeah.
cute. I said is she human.
Sure. Sure. We all heard cute.
I heard cute.
You hear
A
what you
girl
want
in
to
every city.
We hear what we expect.
hear. Yeah, you hear what you want to hear.
That is true. That's true. Is she human? Yes, she is
Yes,
human.
Human or what? Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
she is human.
he'd sit there and talk to her. And
I'll tell you.
just have a
Um,
nice conversation.
All right. All right.
I stayed back with Evangeline,
Okay.
and now that I see that she seems to be reading something in
Yeah,
the
she's
book,
very focused.
which
You still don't
I'm
really
more
see
paying
anything.
attention to the professor.
The professor seems to be yammering on to Evangeline about studies and
And
you
she's
know
ignoring him.
if you want it, yeah, she's completely ignoring him.
I'm going to look at him,
Completely
Professor.
ignoring him. Yeah. Yes.
I don't think she's hearing anything you're saying.
He kind of looks at her. Looks back at
This
you.
this quill and this book, she was chosen to have them by someone much beyond our pay grades. Our pay grades combined, honestly. There are
Okay.
divine forces at work here. Do you see
Okay.
that card she set down next to it?
Yes.
You
It
see
seems
how
to
it
have changed.
changed? Yes. It changed because she has the book and the quill.
Interesting.
This is not our first time dealing with things of this nature. But there are those who are fighting against the good we are attempting to do.
Interesting. Okay.
Can I
I am.
trust you to keep this secret as much as possible, at least?
I can as much as possible. I have already been contacted by the Order of Truth.
Yes.
I was getting to that they wish to speak with her. Um, I I will not report that she has been here.
Thank you. We will be visiting them soon enough already,
Very well.
as they have acquired things that are not theirs.
I would advise that when you are ready to leave, I would suggest coming in or going out the same way you came in, since nobody saw her enter.
Yeah, they won't see
No one
her
can
leave.
see her
It's
leave.
okay.
Very well. I will leave you to this then,
Thank you.
and he will begin to exit. Uh, Tomlinson will come out front and look at you, Fix, and the librarian, and say, it will be fine, Janine. It's
I already told her that.
oh good, yes. All is well. You don't no further action needed. All is good. So I am going to retire to my office. Have a good evening. And he walks away.
As well.
Not that,
Does he look like he is? Do I get the impression he's going to go drop a dime?
as
Call the
in
Order of Truth.
call the order.
Yeah.
Roll me an insight.
That is a 24.
24. From what you gather, he seems to be processing things. He is definitely, you gather from him very quickly that he is not quick to action. He is far from rash or hasty. You feel that if he were to call the Order of Truth, it may be 2 days from now.
Okay. I would spend some more time talking with the librarian, and then I would leave, probably pretty quickly after,
Okay.
and head to the house.
Okay. As you're leaving, you will notice an older man coming up to the library. He's got a blue robe on. He's got a really long beard.
Merlin? Oh,
Yeah, it kind of gives off the Merlin
Santa?
discussion. He walks with a cane. He's not feeble. He doesn't lean on the cane too much. But he's older, and he kind of walks with the cane. And he's pretty quick for his age, and he walks up. He kind of gives you a nod and walks on into the library. He nods at the librarian. If you glance over your shoulder, he nods at the librarian, walks on into the library. He doesn't say anything, and you head
do I
out.
recognize him?
He does have a familiar appearance, but nobody you've met before.
I'll look back. Janine, was it?
Yeah.
Who was that?
She stops for a minute. One of the professors?
You simply allow him to enter and not know who he is.
Well, I thought I knew who he was, but now that you're asking me, I can't
I'll
place it.
follow with purpose.
Okay. Kadeth, you're gonna see this older man walk into the library, take a quick look, and fix on Evangeline.
I'm gonna put my shoulder on Evangeline, or my hand on Evangeline's shoulder. I'm gonna put my hand on Evangeline's shoulder and say, "I think it might be time to go."
I
put things away.
You
I
will
think
see
you may
Fix
want
following.
to speak with Evangeline.
That's fine, but
Old man, who are you?
I will look up from the book.
Oh,
At
Joe knows
the-
who he is.
At the old man.
I might know who he is, but
Do I recognize him as somebody I know from my past?
No.
recent
He is
or otherwise.
familiar.
Do I have an internal feeling that I know him?
Yes.
What about me? Do I recognize him?
There's something familiar about him, but nobody you've ever met.
Does he
Something
seem
familiar.
Does he seem like somebody I should be concerned about or somebody I should be trusting?
You don't get anything either way. Same thing with you, Fix, as you're kind of coming up. You don't really get anything either way. He doesn't seem dangerous or
Danger comes in
malicious.
many forms.
It's not like you don't feel like you should be concerned about him, but you're not sure if you can trust him either. You're just not sure. You can't see his intent. I mean, he seems to be going with purpose, and when he looks at Evangeline, you see purpose, but you can't really judge intent.
Do I recognize him from the arena?
Oh, roll me a history check.
Nice thought.
And I make eye contact.
And I'm going to step mostly between him and Evangeline.
18.
18. Okay. From the arena, you do vaguely recall a robed man, older man. You don't think he had a cane, but he definitely had a long white beard. And if you recall correctly, he was indeed wearing blue robes. So yeah, he could have been.
I never knew a god needed a cane.
Only for appearance sake. And he's looking through you, Kadeth, right at Evangeline.
Yeah, and registering fixes words. I think back to the ones that we were able to name, or mostly that were named for us. Just thinking back on those, what can I think of who it might be?
Roll me history with advantage. Evangeline, as soon as you lock eyes with him, you get a
Uh,
calming feeling. Like you're
I
dealing
know exactly who this is. I think.
you're dealing with
Okay, Ken. Oh,
Evangeline, you see him as like as you would approach a headmaster. Like this is the professor of professors. He is the
Dumbledore.
knowledge keeper.
Dumbledore.
Dumbledore.
So you said with advantage. I rolled a 20 on both dice,
Holy
so that's a
shnikes.
30.
so that's a 50.
So that's a 50. Yeah, you're gonna recognize. You're pretty sure he matches this description of Denier, a god of knowledge of scribes.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I
it's
look at him and I get misty-eyed. Why me?
You are the next knowledge keeper. And that's where we're going to end tonight.
Oh wow, I didn't realize what time it was.
Yeah.
I did.
All right. I got it right. Hold on. There we go. All right. So that is where we're going to end tonight. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for sticking it out. And, if you have any questions for us, feel free to still leave it in the comments or contact us. We'll see what we can do to answer them. And remember to check out our website, danddadjokes.com. Make sure you subscribe, turn on your notifications so you can know when we're live. And hit that like and subscribe. Oh, I already said subscribe. Hit the like button and share this video. You can find all of our other social media links on our website.
And in the description.
So check us out. All right. Have a good night.